For the first this year.
Yes.
Valid all electronic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not previously submitted your identification to speak at today's hearing, please email it to specialmagistrate@fortlauderdale.gov. You are currently in attendee mode. If you are seeing a black screen with the City of Fort Lauderdale logo, you are in the right place. When your case is called, you are promoted to panelist in the hearing room. Please unmute your device and start your video as you must be sworn in. If you hear your case called and you are not brought into the hearing room, please utilize the raise hand function and our moderator will assist you. Please do not use the raise hand function for general questions. Once your case is complete, you may log out of the hearing. Please ensure you are in a quiet area, free from distractions, and are logged into only one device. You will receive your order within 3 business days via mail at the address of record in the Broward County Property Appraiser's Office. Officers have been sworn in. Case is on page 23. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 23030782, case address 832 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner VP Northeast 17th Avenue LLC. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 6/23/23. One section not complied at $500 per day, $9,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Right.
Hello. Hi, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you though.
Good morning. I'm here too. My name is Vanessa Anderson.
Oh, okay.
Okay, will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 23030782 for property located at 832 Northeast 17th Avenue. This property was cited on March 27th, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On April 12th, 2023, the violation remained and was brought before the special magistrate on June 23rd, 2023. At this hearing, Special Magistrate Ansbro ordered the property to come into compliance within 10 days or pay a fine of $500 per day thereafter. The property was brought into compliance on July 10th, 2023. The violation remained for 17 days beyond the limit set by the special magistrate. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $8,500.
Okay. The people tell me who they are, their names and relationship to the property. 2 different people here.
Yeah. So I'm Tom Asselin. I'm the owner of the properties. And I own this property 832 as well as 2 properties on the left side and 2 other properties on the right side of that property. So it's it's a total of 5 properties that I own that are next to each other. And the reason I'm saying this is because we have licenses to operate short-term rentals in all other 4 buildings. I was under the impression that we had done it for all 5 buildings. So that's one. And then 2 is we used to have our executive assistant here, Christine, who was handling this. Unfortunately she had to leave the job, but she kind of didn't let me know what was going on. I was aware there was a violation in beginning of April. I thought we fixed it. I didn't know there was the licensing piece left of it. So I'm really sorry for not fixing this in time. If I had known, if my assistant would have let me know, we would have taken the appropriate measure in time. So I think now we actually submitted the application. Not sure, maybe a month ago, I think it was. It was approved pending inspection. And I think we didn't call for inspection. Is that it, Vanessa? Vanessa is she worked on in the property management company that is managing my vacation rentals. So yeah, Vanessa did. Is that correct?
I think after speaking to Crystal, just to kind of,
Well, please tell me your name and your relationship to the property.
my name is Vanessa Anderson. We manage the property for vacation rental on behalf of Tom. Like Tom mentioned, Christine usually was his assistant who would take care of everything. I remember when we got the initial violation, like he mentioned, she did the application. I don't think, I think there was a lot of miscommunication there. I don't think she did it through division of DBPR. I have a copy of that, and that was back in April. I don't think she was aware that it was Lauderbilt. I didn't know that was going on. At that point, we handle other properties. We would have assisted, but we were not aware. So like Tom mentioned, she did show efforts to submit the vacation rental license in the same way she usually did. When I spoke to Mr. Gavin and Miss Crystal, they kind of explained to me, bought me, up to date with everything that's going on. And I submitted everything all over again, contacted DBPR. They're like, we won't refund, but we'll give you your paperwork. Did the one in Lauderbilt. And here we are today in front of you because, we want to be in compliance, obviously, but this just kind of was, I think, we thought it was being worked on. She's handled this in the past before. I don't know what happened with this one where it just kind of sat there on DBPR and she made a mistake and applied for renewal versus a new license.
Okay, Mr. Gavin, is this being rented out now? Do you know?
As of yesterday, they took the ads down.
Okay,
But this is the fourth property of the same owner that we brought before you, and the other three still have fines on them.
oh, okay, they're accruing?
They're not accruing,
Okay,
but they haven't been paid.
okay. All right, so what are you seeking today? You owe $9,000, that's the order. I'm sorry? $8,500, excuse me. I'm not gonna release that or reduce that at all. You are obligated to know better, whether you did or you had missteps with the people who are helping you is not the city's issue, it's your issue. And vacation rentals are strictly enforced in Fort Lauderdale, and that's my job to do that as well. So that's what I'm doing. Do you have any questions or response?
Yeah. What are the other three fines? I'm not sure.
I'm not here about those.
Is that the fine for the window? Sorry.
You know, Mr. Gavin?
Yeah, there's 14,000 on 840 Northeast 17th Avenue, 14,000 on 1702 9th Street, and 12,400 on 1642 Northeast 8th Street.
You owe a lot of money, sir. And now you owe more. You're not gonna operate these properly. I don't think you can do it in the city. So you need to get your people together, get this straightened out, because these funds will continue to accrue. And the city is very vigilant about this. And I'm very supportive of their efforts to do this. You have the right under the state law and the city ordinance to do this.
Yeah.
But not in violation of the law. I'm imposing the fine.
Okay, but I think the other, sorry. I think the other cases they were cited, they're not for vacation rentals. I know the 1702 is for a window that we had to replace in emergency, and then we pulled the permit. I think there was already a reduction that was agreed on by the city. I think for 1642 as well, and 840 as well. I believe we have the reductions already.
The inspector's indicating no. I'm not on these properties today. I'm on this property, and I'm imposing the fine. Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject, but I have a question. There was a lot of dynamics. I mean, I know it's very stringent operation and we are typically in compliance. Mr. Gavin already has been speaking to me with respect to other properties, and he knows I work very quickly. The minute he calls, I move every mountain for him. I don't know if there's a way that maybe we can if this can be reduced today, maybe say, hey, if the fees are put, I don't know, if he goes and he inspects and everything is good.
Let me save you time. The answer is no. Categorically, emphatically, no.
Thank you.
You do what the owner is supposed to know what he's doing, or have people that know what they're doing. It wasn't done. It's still continuing after 17 days. The fine remains. And it better not be rented out as a vacation rental until it's certified to be done. If it does, it comes back to before me, I'll impose a higher fine.
But we did submit the application within the 17 days.
It's in compliance. It's in compliance.
It's in compliance now.
Yeah,
Okay, well, now you're in compliance, so that's good. But you weren't,
But
and you're supposed to be, excuse me, I've got a lot of other people waiting here. I made a ruling, we have to move on.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, I don't understand because we were in compliance within the 17 days. I think it's there's the inspections that was the last piece missing here. So I thought we brought this into compliance already, and we were just waiting for inspection. I'm
The
sorry.
the inspector's indicating no, it was not. Okay, that's the ruling. I need to move on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Our next case is page 7, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23060070, case address 216010 Barton Lane, owner Robert Benzano Living Trust. This is posted at the property 6/30/23 and posted at City Hall 6/27/23.
Victor?
You must have get this bumped in. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yeah. Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 23060070 for 2160 Tambark Lane. A complaint was received on 6/3/23 and a waterway inspection was conducted on 6/10/23. The following violation was observed. 47-19.3H. There is watercraft dock adjacent to the residential property in such a position that causes it to extend beyond the side setback lines of this RS 3.52 residential zone property. This is a repeat violation of case CE 23020588, where the magistrate imposed fines for the same violation. Due to the repeated violation, fines began immediately at $150 per day. Property was out of compliance for 1 day. At this time, the city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $150.
Okay, sir, you tell me your name.
Yes, my name is Robert Bizzano.
Okay. All right, you've heard this is a repeat violation, which is a really bad thing to do.
Yes, sir. I was in the hospital at the time of the first violation. And when my wife helped me make a phone call, the inspector at that time said, Mr. Bizzano, you're in compliance, just get better. I maybe do the medication because I had a blood infection.
I didn't quite understand it, so I just didn't attend the first one thinking that, okay, it went away because I was in compliance, even though they served me on a weekend, but I was already in the hospital. So I did my very best from a hospital bed to move 2 boats. But there again, I did the best I could, and I was just ignorant to the fact that I was in compliance, but I still had to attend. It was not on purpose or trying to be cavalier. It was just lack of knowledge.
But we're here on a new violation today.
Yes, sir. Well, you're right. I have nothing to say about it.
That vessel's way too long for that property. Obviously impacting other people's property, that's why you're here. It's one
Well-
day, it's $150 fine.
When I bought the property 22 years ago, sir, I had a stipulation in the contract, but I'm being told now that the city has brought it into not being Broward County. Everything that I had and I have been doing for some plus 22 years kind of goes out the window. I showed the easement in my submittals.
And is this in compliance now, Inspector?
It is in compliance. It
Okay.
was only out for 1 day.
Okay, I'm going to find the violation occurred. You owe the fine for $150. Are they costs?
That's it.
That's it. All right, so it's a $150 fine, sir.
Can I bring up one thing? So I'm never allowed to
Sure.
park my boat where I've parked it for 22 years, even though I have an easement agreement.
I can't address that now, so you can talk to the inspector and see what you, so he'll know what you're talking about, because I certainly don't. And it's not relevant to what I'm doing today. But
Okay,
feel
you
free to
say I
contact.
have to talk to the inspector that is on the camera with us. Hello?
Here he is.
Yes,
Yeah, okay, so I have to talk to Mr. Aguilar.
yes.
Okay,
Okay? All right, thank you, sir. Next case. Fine,
Our next case is page 8, also Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 23050181, case address 2080 Southwest 37th Terrace, owner FKH SFR C1 LP in care of First Key Homes LLC, posted at property 6/30/23, posted at City Hall 6/27/23. Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case CE 23050181 for 2080 Southwest 37 Terrace. An inspection was conducted at the property on 5/6/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the driveway is in a state of disrepair. Driveway is cracked and uneven and not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. Other violations were cited that have since come into compliance. As of 7/8/23, the property remained in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, can you tell us your name and address?
My name is Diana Smith Rose. I work for First Key Home. My home address 3045 Tuscana Lane West.
Okay, so they're giving you 28 days to get this resolved on behalf of the company.
Yes,
Or
so we
fine.
have, yes, sir.
Go
So
ahead.
we have set up the work order. We have placed the work order to get it done. The vendors are gonna be getting the work done. So
Okay,
the
then
28 days should be, the 28 days should suffice.
Okay, I think it needs a permit, am I right, Inspector?
If it's gonna be a total replacement, then it does need a permit. If it's a repair, they do not.
So
Okay.
it might take more than the 28 days then. Depends on what, because we did place the work order, so the vendor will go out and assess, but I don't know if we're gonna repair it or the total replace.
Like, you need to know.
So we
that
might need a
because-
little bit more time. if we're gonna have to get a permit.
63 days.
63 days?
Okay.
They're also giving you 63 days, which is ample, and it needs to be done by then. Or a
63
fine
days.
of or a fine of $100 a day will start.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22090712, case address 1217 Northwest Sixth Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 7/12/23, and this is a request for extension.
What was it?
Page 30,
30, what date, what address was open?
12/17/0712. Oh, yeah, he does have. Can I read them all in now? One. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
All right, good morning, Your Honor. The Senior Code Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22090712 for the property located at 1217 Northwest Sixth Street. This is a request for extension. Right now, so as we received the email from the property owner, he had two separate things going on. Actually, the City of Fort Lauderdale actually reached out to him to use his building, dwelling that's on his property for like a practice, for their fire department. I confirmed that with Freddie Batista from the fire department, so they're just waiting for approval from the chief. But in lieu of that, he's also already started to, the demo process. I wrote about it this morning. There's a fence on the property, blocking it off from any access, so they're on the verge of demolishing the property, so I'm not opposed to an extension. If it's okay, we give him 63 days to complete the process.
Okay, can you tell us your name and address, sir? Mr. Wright,
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you repeat the question, please?
can you tell me your name and address, please?
Dennis Wright, address is 3566 Southwest 50th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312.
And the inspector's proposing to give you 63 days to get this resolved as an extension. Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay, that's what we'll do. That's gonna be the order. Extended.
thank
This
you.
next case is also on page 30, Inspector Patrice Dowling, case number CE 22090725, case address 1219 Northwest Sixth Street. Owner Wright Dynasty LLC. When you get back.
Maybe he just thought,
Maybe not.
yeah.
You got a call. Next, yeah. All right, we're right back.
That's the make at the end.
We'll try to get him back and do him after.
You have his number?
I'll call, yeah.
You have his number?
You call me, there's two more.
Our next case is gonna be on page 11. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23050461. Case address 500 North Andrews Avenue, owner Motif Apartments LLC, personal service on 6/27/23 and posted at City Hall 6/27/23.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My video should be coming up in just a moment.
Sorry.
Right. He's gonna come back out. We'll be back after this.
Bring it back on.
It's the Lace Baker.
Lacey Baker Magana. I'm trying to start my video. Can you see me?
No, we cannot.
Ma'am, please check your camera settings.
Yes, it should be on. I've disabled the camera view so you can see me. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. It also says on my end to stop the video. So would you like me to log out and log back in and see if that makes a difference?
Yeah, either that or try using your cell phone.
Okay, hold on just one moment. Let me see what the issue is.
Telling us if your camera is not connected or it's not, your computer doesn't see your camera. But we'll call.
We'll come back. We have, we can go back to,
Mr. Wright?
we can go back to Mr. Wright.
You have that?
Gauge that.
Yeah, he's back.
What page is that?
Page 30.
Here. Hey, you have two more pages. Sir.
Yes, sir.
Hang with us for a bit.
Page 30, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22090725, case address 1219 Northwest Sixth Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine starts 7/12/23, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly presenting case CE 22090725 for the property located at 1219 Northwest Sixth Street. This property also is a part of that development that's gonna go on with Mr. Wright's properties. So gonna give him a 63-day extension as well.
All right, that's acceptable, I presume? 63-day extension.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay, that's the order.
Okay, his last case, page 31. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22090729. Case address 1223 Northwest Sixth Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 7/12/23, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22090729 for the property located at 1223 Northwest Sixth Street. This property is also slated for construction and it has been ready for demo and going to give him the 63-day extension.
Okay. Also, 63 days, Mr. White, acceptable, I'm sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
This is for a 63-day extension for you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, that's the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
None.
And now you're done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go back to page 11. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23050461, case address 500 North Andrews Avenue, owner Motif Apartments LLC, personal service 6/27/23, posted at City Hall 6/27/23.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Will you please raise your, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Very sorry about that.
Perfectly fine.
Good morning, sir. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2305 0461 for the property located at 500 North Andrews Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on May 17th and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscaping located on the soil right of way at this multifamily home property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-22.9 has been complied. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on May 17th, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the representative of the property. The special magistrate request form sent on May 30th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 6th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following, sir. 28 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photos were submitted into record for evidence, and we have the representative of the property here with us today.
Okay, can you tell us your name and address and location, relationship to the property?
Yes, my name is Lacey Baker Magana. I'm the community director for Motif. We did have bark completely delivered and covered the landscape around the community. I'm assuming from the recent rains that may be why some of it has washed away. But after the original notice, we did have our landscaper come through and deliver all fresh bark around the community.
And the inspector is gonna respond.
Yeah, I actually spoke to the landscaper that was there on that particular day. I told them that mulch will not suffice. They actually did mulch around the property, the swale area. But as per the landscape in the plan, it requires to have the live ground cover that was there, or that was actually originally intended to be there with the building being built. Now, my understanding is that they just recently purchased the building. But they are still required to have the landscaping, not only around the property within the property itself, but also on the islands on the swale and on the right.
Okay, so the pictures are showing more.
Yes, that is correct. Those are the islands that are actually on the swale on the right of way. Those are the areas that do require to have the landscaping that is required by the city.
Okay, did you understand what he said?
I understand, but I guess I would need specifics of what would be appropriate for landscaping if bulk and mulch are not considered appropriate. What would be appropriate to put down in those areas?
Your Honor, if I may, we have Ms. Laura Tully from the landscaping department. If she can actually give us what is required, if that's okay with you, sir?
And that's what.
You gotta come up. Yeah, please.
And tell us your name.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Laura Tooley. I'm the urban forester for the city of Fort Lauderdale. What I would recommend you do is contact our property records department and look at the originally approved landscape plan that went through the DRC process, and be sure all your landscaping is maintained as was approved during that process and during the permitting process. You know, we can't allow, there's very limited landscaping on these mixed use buildings. And, you know, that faces the street especially, and any landscaping in those areas, you know, on the property are required. They're not optional. You would have to go back to the planning department and go through an administrative review to have any of that landscaping changed, substantially changed or removed. So what I would suggest is go ahead and get that approved landscape plan and look at that and work from that. And our landscape inspector with the city can also help you if you want substitutions, but they would only need to be they could only be minor substitutions. The approved plan is the approved plan.
Okay.
And can you tell me the date of the original permit for the property records department that you have?
You would have to contact property records.
It's not a permit, it's a site plan, right?
Yes.
It's an approved site plan.
I'm just, the only reason why I asked that is just to see if it was prior to our purchase or after our purchase.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. If you want to change it, you need to go back to the city to make those changes.
I understand. I just want to make sure that my ownership was aware when we purchased it. I totally understand. We're going to fix it. That's not what I'm I'm saying I just wanted to know the specific date because I just need to take this back to my ownership group if this was something that was established prior to our purchase. That's all. That's the only reason why I was asking. Sorry.
Yeah, so I would suggest you can get the plan and come into compliance within 30 days.
So where do they get the plan physically?
Here at DSD, at 700 Northwest 19th Avenue. There's a property records department that can pull those plans for you. They may be available in Lauderbilt, I don't know. You could also contact our planning department and see who the planner was. They may be able to assist you further. Is that enough time? 20 days? Okay.
Okay, so just to confirm, I don't have any suggestions right now from you in order to replace the mulch. I just need to go to the property records department and find out.
The ground covers will require mulch to be put around them, so the mulch would be required as well, but you may be able to plant in the mulch. Again, I don't have the plan in front of me. You would have to refer to your originally approved plans.
Okay, so you got 28 days within which to do that, or your county of $100 per day will start thereafter if time to comply. Okay? If you're having difficulty, you can try to reach out to the inspector, but it sounds like that's a reasonable time to identify the plan, install the landscaping, and close this case down. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The order.
Our next case is page 3. Inspector Malaika Murray. Case number CE 23030399, case address 937 Southwest 17th Street. Owner David M. and Carol Ann Duckinson. This was posted at City Hall 6/27/23.
Morning.
Morning, you have a court reporter here.
Okay. We're gonna have the inspectors speak first.
Wait, we have to be sworn in.
Oh, swear them in first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Mr. Duncanson, can you unmute your mic, please?
It's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, is the other gentleman an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
My name is John Hinden of the law firm of Hinden, McLean and Arbiter. We have filed a notice of appearance for the respondent, sir.
Okay, the city requests that you also be sworn in.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
We do, and that's my associate Matthew Willingham, who is also attending this hearing.
Okay. All right, I'll get Inspector Gonzalez.
Inspector Malaika Murray for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 23030399 for the property address of 937 Southwest 17th Street. On March 13th, 2023, a citation notice was issued for the following violations that were observed at this particular property. 47-21.15.C1 for a construction site without proper protective barricading around the trees. The next violation would be for 47-21.15A, which has been withdrawn. The next violation would be for 47-21.15.D for damage that was inflicted upon the root system by equipment during construction, resulting in a hazardous tree, which had to be removed. No warning notice had been issued, and an immediate citation had been issued for these violations as they were irreversible damages to that tree. The property was posted with said violation on 3/20/2023. An appeal for the citation was received on March 23rd of 2023. As of my last research as well as inspection on July the 9th, there has been no resolution of the violation that was cited, and the property is still not into compliance as per the records that of photos that have been submitted. And we do have.
Okay, I need a clarification. The agenda shows the first one, construction site without the protective barricade has complied, is that true?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So that one's done, so there's only one remaining, which is the tree that was damaged and had to be removed.
The tree abuse.
Tributes. That's correct.
And that tree's been removed.
Yes, it has been.
So what is the city seeking in that case?
The city is seeking $500, $5,000 in regards to.
If I may, I'm sorry, I'm the urban forester. I'm Laura Tully.
Tell them your name, if they're recording for.
I'm Laura Tully. I'm the urban forester for the city of Fort Lauderdale. And the citation we asked for was for 472115.d was for tree abuse, that our city code prohibits tree abuse. And there was construction going on at that time. It has been complied since. The construction is nearing completion. Obviously, it's no longer necessary for the tree protection around that tree. However, the tree abuse did occur. And the arborist report actually, if we can go to, I'd like you to see the arborist report. If we can pull that up, email.
This is a city arborist or their arborist?
This would, they provided an arborist to qualify the tree to be removed without a permit under this Florida state statute. I had some questions as to if it met all the criteria for the state law, but we've withdrawn that rather than get into that mess. What we would like to see is irreparable damages as to, you know, whatever the maximum possible for this kind of case could be.
Do you want the tree back, another tree back, or do you want to?
So, Your Honor, if I could, and for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. There's only one component left of this violation, as Your Honor has correctly identified. Basically, it's the city's position that the property owner created, in essence, the situation of the tree which caused its removal by inflicting the damage as set forth under the one remaining component, and as seen in the photos being shown as part of the case today. We don't take issue with the fact that the tree was removed. Again, we all know that there's a state statute that allows them to do that. But they basically created that situation to remove the tree by inflicting damage on the tree under this subsection. So we're asking for a fine of $5,000 based upon it being irreparable or irreversible. There's nothing further for them to do. They don't have to replace the tree. Again, that's state law. They don't need a permit, but it's just a finding under that component of the violation, and we're requesting that fine.
Okay, so my understanding of that state law has been on the books for at least 2 or 3 years.
It was amended last year to be a little bit more specific for the original, what was originally passed. And one of the requirements is that the arborist report must meet all the best management practices as stated in one of the ANSI standards.
Okay.
And my checklist, this is one of the better reports we've seen. I don't know that it's 100%. But that's why we withdrew that because it's pretty close.
Okay, but have they used the report to justify the tree removal?
Well, that's, I wanted, if I can see the pictures in the arborist report, if you go to the next pages.
I thought the tree had to be identified as a problem before they take it down, not after the fact.
Well, and they did have.
They did the damage to the tree.
Correct, and they did have an arborist report that has pictures of the roots that were cut.
But then the state law doesn't protect that.
No, it doesn't. That's where exactly.
So the fact that they got an arborist to say, I'm gonna take it down, they caused the root damage.
Keep
caused
going,
the
keep
tree.
going.
Correct.
Next page, I
Not
think.
not that the tree itself was defective or.
Next page, that's before the damage.
That big tree
Is that
there
it, Lauren?
that came out.
Yes, that's it there. I think the next page has a really good picture of the roots that were there.
Wow. What kind of
So
tree?
there,
What kind of tree was
that was a
it?
live oak,
A live oak.
and
A
we,
protected tree.
yes.
All right. Yes, tell me who wants to speak for the applicant?
Sir, I'll start. John Hendon, if we could take that off the screen. I've seen that, of course. I think we all have too. So at any rate, just a little bit of background. So the city understands where I'm coming from, although they've read my emails. My partner, Barry Weber, and I were the town attorneys for the town of Davie for 20 years. I was the code enforcement prosecutor for the town of Davie for 15 years. Back when these proceedings were held before code enforcement boards. It was actually my law firm that drafted the first ordinance in South Florida for special magistrates. So I guess you can thank me for your part-time job there, because we're the ones that created this and all the other cities kind of jumped on board. So here we are. I mean, this, well, okay, say what you want. I know what the actual history is. Please, I did not interrupt you, despite the fact that I feel like we're living in another universe right now, because this is the most
Understand, but
absurd.
council, I don't know if the history of your relationship with the town of
Who
Davie
is
is relevant to
talking?
this
Who is
case.
interrupting me, please? Who? Stop. I afforded.
I do need to know who was speaking. Who was the female speaker?
Who is the rude person interrupting me right now?
Who was the
Rhonda
female?
Montoya- Rhonda Montoya has signed with the city attorney's office.
Please
Thank
stop,
you.
Rhonda. I did not interrupt you, despite that I felt your argument was absurd, which I will get into in a minute. So afford me the same professional courtesy I afforded you. Thank you. And if we were in a courtroom, I know what a judge would be telling you right now. So thank you. Now I will proceed. I feel like we're living in another universe. We have this tree, this massive tree, was planted within feet of this house. Okay, and the roots were undermining the foundation and damaging the property. That's all in the arborist report. Now, as a result of local government overreach, read the legislative history to these statutes, the state legislature passed 163.045 and said, if a tree poses a danger, an unacceptable risk to persons or property, end of story. Once that's filed with the city or county government, that's it. We don't need a permit. We don't need an application. City is out of the picture. The property owner has the right to remove that tree. That statute could not be more clear. Furthermore, we filed with this magistrate a case directly on point, Vickery versus City of Pensacola. Same kind of nonsense went on with the city that's happening here. The First District Court of Appeal, and this law is binding on every judicial or semi-judicial panel or court in the state, because there's no conflicting law in any district court of appeal in the state of Florida, says the city can't even inquire. Once that report is filed that says, and this arborist report on page 2 says, this tree constitutes a risk to the property, being the house that's located a couple of feet from the roots of this massive tree, it's over. City's done. Goodbye. Doors closed. That's what the legislature says. That's what Vickery versus the City of Pensacola says. So there's an arborist report that's filed with the city that says in clear and unequivocal language, this tree poses an unacceptable risk to the property. That has been filed with the city. Now let's back up a little bit here, because I found the city's actions to be outrageous. How did this start? In March, Kelly Schaefer of the city of Fort Lauderdale told my client, despite having this arborist report, that they needed to pay $49,087.25 in tree mitigation damages. Well, there's a lot of words for what that's called in light of this law and in light of that arborist report. And look, I just need to tell you, if this case isn't dismissed, next stop is the circuit court. I believe this is a 57-105 case. My client's up to $5,000 in legal fees. I am absolutely certain that a judge will find that the city is outrageous in everything they've done. from demanding 50 grand in mitigation damages from my client back in March to ignoring, you know how many people my associate Matt Willingham and I have reached out to to the city? 6 calls we've made to Inspector Murray. I understand he's between a rock and a hard place. We've emailed all of these folks with the city that are here, including the city attorney. Have we gotten one reply? Has anybody bothered to reply to our emails or picked up a phone to return our calls? Well, Mr. Murray, and I assume this must be typical of the city of Fort Lauderdale's code enforcement, when you call his phone number, you know what you get? Please leave a message with your case number and a description of your case. Beep, voice mailbox is full, can't leave a message. What kind of government is that? That's how you serve the people? We can't even contact code enforcement to discuss the case. They've got a full mailbox that they never bothered to delete or reset. Nobody in the city returns our calls. This should not be here. This is an outrage that we are here before you, sir. The statute is clear. There is a First District Court of Appeal right on point that once this arborist report is filed, period, the end, it's over. The arborist filed a report that said this tree poses an unacceptable risk to this property. Over. You can spin this any kind of ways that the city apparently is trying to spin this tree abuse. Who cares? That arborist report says that tree comes out, which is what my client did. And we don't need the city's approval. We don't need a permit. We don't need anybody in the city to tell us it's okay. Once that report is filed, that tree comes out. Whether it's abused or how it's taken out, I don't know. The whole thing is nonsense. So what I am asking the magistrate to do is to dismiss this case because Florida law leaves you with no choice. And again, I understand the predicament you're in. I helped set up this system, but this case is an outrage. It's been going on since March. It's cost my client $5 grand in legal fees to date. It's outrageous abuse of the law and the legal system by the city of Fort Lauderdale. Never mind the fact that nobody has the courtesy. Miss Rhonda has the lack of courtesy to interrupt me in my presentation, but nobody at the city's attorney's office has the courtesy to pick up a phone or reply to an email. That's how government's conducted, not in the kind of country we want to live in. Certainly, you are there to serve the interests of your citizens. I understand trees, but this tree, which many decades ago was planted way too close to this house and grew into a massive tree and was undermining the foundation of this house, that's in that arborist report. Not only does he say the magic words, it poses an unacceptable risk to the property. This arborist told you why. Okay, it's undermining. We have submitted pictures of gas lines that ran next to this house that these roots were interfering with, which were capped properly. When the city told us, oh, you got to protect the other trees, even though my client drove around and saw umpteen examples of other people removing trees and property without little barriers around every tree on their yard, my client immediately complied. We're not looking for a fight with the city, but when a government completely acts outside of the law in unacceptable and outrageous overreach, the law demands a response. So, sir, this case is not only frivolous, it's beyond frivolous. And again, if we are forced to file an action in circuit court, we will send a 57105 notice. I would imagine at that point, the city's going to immediately dismiss within that 20-day period. They'd be nuts if they didn't. But why go that far? Why cost my client legal fees for a case that has no grounds in fact, or especially in law? There's a reason for this law. The city government was abusing people to extract 50 grand in mitigation damages. And there was an outrage across the state to legislative government. So they did something about it. They said, this is going to stop. And it has stopped. Well, at least that's the intent of the law. So again, this case compels a dismissal. That's what we're asking you to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And again, for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan, no, I don't really have, I mean, the threats of an appeal are really not well taken, as well as counsel's disrespectful tone, his grandstanding, again, for the interruption, as counsel said about the trial judge. I think a trial judge would also tell counsel that it's irrelevant as to his past experience in as much as I could say I've done regulatory enforcement for 25 years. Not particularly relevant to this case. Again, the issue, it's a narrow issue here, Your Honor. It's the issue of only one component of the violation, 47-21.15.d points. And it's the city's position. Again, I agree with counsel that we cannot ask for mitigation money. I agree with counsel that we cannot ask for a tree permit. State law is quite clear. However, it's the city's position that if you hat racked a tree, if you start chopping a tree in the middle, if you somehow damage a tree yourself, the property owner, you can't then hide under state law saying, oh, but now I don't need a permit to remove the tree. If there's evidence that council has presented with regard to, I think he mentioned that it was close to power lines or gas lines. Again, I couldn't see that. Certainly, I think is a relevant inquiry for the special magistrate to look at, to see if indeed that despite the damage inflicted upon the root system, there were still meritorious reasons. That's certainly an inquiry that I would agree with counsel on. Again, I couldn't see, I didn't know if counsel showed photos or submitted photos, but really the narrow issue is just the damage inflicted upon the root system, which then necessitated the second action, which again is protected by state law and clearly does not need a permit. So
let me ask the urban forester. I'm not really clear. It sounds like they started to do work on the property. They cut the root system. Was it affecting the home?
If you would, can I give you a little bit of history and
Absolutely.
dates?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so they applied, the property owner applied for a permit for an addition on May 26th of 2022. There should have been tree protection provided at that time.
I just want to stick with this part of the case now.
Right, okay.
This tree that was removed.
Okay, a tree removal permit was voluntarily applied for on February 24th of 2023,
Okay.
prior to the abuse being documented by their arborist
For this tree.
for this tree.
Okay.
And that's the reference to Kelly Schaefer. She had told them they needed an arborist report because that's part of our permitting process is when you, especially for a tree that is existed prior to the house.
Okay. All right, but I'm trying to get at, did the tree, were they in such a way, are they going in such a way, it was compromising either lines to the house or the house foundation or something, or did they just tear the roots out because it was bothering them?
The arborist report did not specifically mention any reference, any specific damages other than it was close to the house. The state law does require mitigation options. If the risk may be moderate, reduced to moderate, whether tree trimming, root pruning closer to the house and tree barricades may have been installed. There's other options that may have been explored that were not provided for in the arborist report.
Okay.
And sir, if I could respond to, because I have some information along with what Rhonda said, and in response to your forester who doesn't know the answer. In February, there was a soil report that's been filed with you. We did a notice of filing yesterday, and you will see in that soil report, there's a recommendation that all this tree and the tree roots all be removed. That's not the arborist report. I could see that, but it also had pictures of what happened when the soil was dug into, and it saw that these roots, which is literally a couple of feet from the side of this house, were intertwined with the gas lines. You have those pictures in the notice of filing that we submitted yesterday. There was roots all intertwined with the gas lines. If you can find that, Matt, I can at least hold it up to the screen since apparently that's not in front of you. But And he recommended, that was the first recommendation, that this tree
Counsel?
and all the
Counsel?
vegetation, if I could
Counsel?
just finish, if I could
No,
just
no,
finish.
hold on, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help
Okay.
you. 1 second. If
Sure,
I could,
thank you.
because we're trying to see if we can pull up your submission from yesterday to
Perfect.
see if we can have the magistrate look at those photos.
Okay.
Do we have the ability to, does anybody have those?
Yeah, we're going to look, my associate's got to look at his other office. We did file them with the city. And again, the point of that was there's a picture that shows all the tree roots intermingled with these gas lines. So one of the things my client had to do was bring out a contractor and cap off all these gas lines, because you could imagine the danger of that. Gas lines with roots, like pulling them up and pulling them apart. So that was the first step. Yes, we acknowledge my client did not know about the state law and filed for a tree permit. I believe somebody from the city of Fort Lauderdale, in light of what had already been filed with the city, should have clued my client in. It shouldn't have required my client to hire me, because by then he'd also had this arborist report, which said all of the magic language that's required by the state statute. So again, look, this is clearly falls within the new statute. This was a tree that was posing an unacceptable risk to property and gas lines. Can you imagine if those gas lines pierced and exploded? It wouldn't have just been this house. It would have been whoever was living around there. So they had that. They had that soil report. Again, we're looking for these pictures. I can probably find it if I get out.
Counsel, just so you know, we've handed the magistrate, your filing, the printout or black and
Sorry,
white
who's
photos.
speaking? Who's speaking?
For the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the city attorney's office. We've
Thank you,
handed the we've handed the magistrate your filing so he can look at the photos that you have provided.
Yeah, and you'll see, magistrate, that there is the picture of gas lines all mixed up with the roots. That he's found it. That was in the soil report. That was way back in February. The arborist then came out on February 16th, right after the soil report. And that's when the arborist issued their report the next day on the 17th, that we've got a problem here. You know, that these gas lines are all mixed up, and the foundation, it's in the arborist report. It was actually pushing up on the concrete foundation of the house and the carport. Because again, somebody many decades ago planted a tree that grows into a big tree. Look, I love live oaks as much as the next person. Davy's full of them. It was just planted too close to the house. And as it grew to the size that you see in those pictures, it started lifting up the foundation of the house. And that's what led to all of this. And again, you know, I believe this falls directly within the statute. You know, how do you abuse a tree that you have the right to remove under state law? I mean, it's silly. I mean, do you really think a judge is going to think that's a correct violation, that a tree that was determined to be an unacceptable risk was abused before it was chopped down and removed? Go ahead.
Do you have gas service in the house?
Mr. Dodson, do you have gas service in this house?
Gas.
We do have gas service. We had to cap it because of the tree growing through it, or the tree growing around it. We have installed a new line now that the tree is down. It's not hooked up yet because the house isn't quite complete yet with the reno.
And secondly, to the urban forester, my understanding from your testimony was that they could have done things to mitigate this. The tree roots could have been dealt with by root barricades or root pruning. The entire tree, which is quite a specimen, did not have to be taken down. Am I correct?
That may have been an option. I did not do the assessment, so I can't testify to that.
And let me, not to interrupt, but let me just point out the law is it doesn't matter. Once that arborist report is submitted, city's out.
Counsel, you're interrupting and I don't like it.
Yes, sir. Happy not to, but I thought she was done, so I wanted to add
I'm
that.
not done, she's not done. I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you. Your question again, I'm sorry.
I want to know if they did more than they needed to do under the state law. They did more than they had to do by removing, damaging the roots and then destroying the entire tree.
the state law has a lot of criteria that was added in 2022.
Okay,
One was it has to be actively being used as a residential property. I don't know if it was actively in that.
it was not being used, it's not even being occupied, correct? Mr. Owner?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, at that time,
Was
we
the
were-
property being used as a residence when this occurred?
no,
All right, there's the answer to that.
So then the state law would not apply because the state law is very specific
Okay.
about it being actively used as a residential property.
Okay, I find that the case is established, the fine of $5,000 will be imposed. We know where the courthouse is, and we'll deal with it there. Thank you, sir. We're done.
Thank you. We
I'm
wait.
sorry, I'm sorry. What was the final ruling? If you could just speak a little louder.
$5,000 fine is imposed for, what was it called?
There-
Tree abuse.
Tree abuse.
can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
This is David Duncanson. We talked about power lines too. There's power lines that are right next to that tree. Those, you mentioned that would be a danger too. That wasn't in the arborist report, but it's very clear that they're there. We did every step we could to do it the right way. And we filed the arbor. Go ahead.
The urban forester has pointed out that with amendments to this law, this has been a very controversial law, but it's designed to help homeowners. That was the intention. Now it was amended and clarified last year that the house has to be actively used as a residence. It was not, therefore that law did not help you and doesn't help you. That's the rule. If I'm wrong, the court will tell us.
And sir, just for the record, I'd like to add something. I understand you've made a ruling. Mr. Duncanson, immediately prior to the renovation of this house, was this house being actively used by the prior occupant of this house? Immediately prior to your starting the renovation?
Absolutely.
What did I say? 1 second, please. Residential property is defined in 163.045, so
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, sir.
Florida statute 163.045 entitled tree pruning, trimming, or removal on residential property. Can you hear me?
Barely, but
Yes.
yes. Barely, but yes.
All right, how about now?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Florida statutes 163.045 entitled tree pruning, trimming, or removal on residential property defines in section 1, parentheses B, residential property means a single family home, family detached building located on a lot that is actively used for single family residential purposes. This does not apply because it was not being actively used. That's my ruling. I'm doing the legal interpretation of it. That's my ruling. Ruling stays, the case is over.
Okay, I would just object that the testimony is it was being actively used immediately prior to the commencement of the construction on this house. The city is not even allowed to interpret or look at the arborist report. It's all of this is irrelevant. We do know the way to the courthouse. We will see you there. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, folks. Goodbye. Great day.
Do you? Yes, please.
What's this?
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23050309, case address 1525 East Los Olas Boulevard, owner 7-Eleven Inc. and care of tax department number 10407, personal service 62723, posted at City Hall 62723.
Who was it?
Frank Scaglione. Frank.
Good evening, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Good morning, sir. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector Caracas presenting case number CE 2305-0309 for the property located at 1525 East Las Olas Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on May 11th and cited for the following violation. 47-22.6.f. There is a stop sign that in state of disrepair located within the parking lot area. The sign is no longer in an upright position and it's leaning. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail May 11th, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the tenant and the representative of the 7-Eleven. Special magistrate request form sent on May 30th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 6th and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation still exists. City's requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance for a daily fine of $150 for the violation that exists. The photos are submitted into record for evidence, and we have the attorney for 7-Eleven today.
Okay.
With us.
All right, do we swear the attorney?
Yes, you did.
All right, yes, sir, tell us your name and your relationship.
My name is Frank Scaglione. I'm with the law firm of Clark Hill, and I represent 7-Eleven. I think this should probably be a pretty quick case because it sounds like the city is asking for 10 days to come into compliance. I was going to ask for 2 weeks. I was informed by our facilities manager that the stop sign will be repaired by this Friday. So
Okay.
I think 10 days or 2 weeks, whatever you deem is appropriate, will work, and we'll get it done.
I think it's not just the fact that it's leaning, but the sign itself is mangled. And the sign face needs to be changed out. Am I correct, Inspector?
We're going for we're having the stop sign in the upright position. There's a lot of people that are just going through it. It's within private property. We just want it to be upright again.
I saw part of it bent.
If it requires to be changed. Yes, sir.
I would recommend place the sign face.
Oh, it looks like they got.
I'm gonna stop his camera to save the battle. Okay.
Could you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now. You were frozen for a little bit.
Okay, I'm recommending that even though it's not required, that you change the sign face because the sign itself is bent. And it could be that people cannot possibly read part of it. They should be able to see it, but it'd be good to put it, make it stand up straight and to fix the, change out the sign face for a new stop sign.
I understand. I would just request maybe a little extra time if we because I'm not sure if my client is planning on replacing the sign face. I know that it's going to be upright by the end of the week, but replacing the sign face may take longer. So if I could for that part request 30 days.
We'll give it 28 days.
Yes.
We'll give it 28 days. That's in our calendar to do that. Okay.
That sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Counsel. Or it's a fine of $150 every day. It's not.
That is correct,
In compliance.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Understand. Thank you.
Our next case, page 25. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22070067, case address 1500 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner David M. Bedoya. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/4/23 and 4/18/23 and 5/2/23. One suspension from 5/9/23 to 7/11/23. Two sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $700. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,050 accrued. One section complied, fines imposed of $1,750. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay. Waiting for the respondent.
Morning, are you?
You ready to get sworn?
He said morning, you do.
Yeah,
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you
okay.
swear- Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, because you said that you had unmuted me.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning.
On behalf of the city, case number CE 22070067, located at 1500 Northwest 9th Avenue. This case first came before special master on March 14th, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on July 7th of 2022. So far, a total of 20 re-inspections have been done to the property. There have been conversations in phone and in person with the property owner and how to come into compliance. We only have two pending violations, which is 9-304B, which is for the driveway, and 9-280H1, which is for the fence. Both of them actually have, the owner of the property has applied for permits to remedy this situation.
Permits for both.
Yes, sir. So that the property owner is working to get compliance.
Okay.
And again, he's here with us.
All right. Yes, sir. Mr. Bedoya? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now,
Did you hear the inspector?
yes. What I have to say is that I'm requiring a little more time because this is a DIY project. I'm working on it.
Why can't we hear him?
He's covering his microphone.
You need to be closer to your microphone.
You know, now you hear me well? Better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
You have permits. How much time do you think you need?
I have the permit. The problem that I have had is the weather. It's a DIY project, and you know the heat and the rain has made me to right now have delays. I'm almost done with everything. The main project, the most difficult one is the fence. I'm finishing. It will be ready in probably 2-3 days because I'm already finishing it, and I will require probably 2 weeks to finish the driveway, which is that's the only thing that I am requesting right now.
Your Honor, the city will request a stay of fines in 28 days. Stay of fines and an extension of 28 days. Also a reappearance if he hasn't complied with the two pending violations, if that's okay with you.
Did you hear that, sir? 28 days. Get it done. Both these cases done. That means what?
In 28 days, they have to be done.
Both have to be done, or else the fines will resume.
That is correct.
There'll be no fines in the meantime.
Yeah. No, the thing is that I'll try to finish as soon as I can. Then I have a question. I probably can do it by phone with Mr. Caracas. Is for compliant, it has to be done or it has to be after inspection? I mean, what gives me the time is for the inspection?
Both done, yes.
The answer is both done and approved by the city people. So compliance.
Oh.
Okay.
Also, okay. So in 28 days, it has to be done and approved by the city.
for the fence and the driveway.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
And then if not, there'll be an order to reappear here to tell us what's going on. But hopefully you'll get.
Yeah, no. I'm sure that because I'm almost done with everything, then in 28 days it will be completely done.
Okay, we've been working on it hard, so we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
And we're gonna vacate the order for 9-305A, which is for the landscape material.
Yeah.
That's the order. All right, thank you, Mr. Bedoya.
Thank you.
Next case, page 26, also Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23030709. Case address 740 Northwest Fourth Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner 740 Northwest Fourth Avenue LLC. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 6/23/23. 3 sections not complied at $250 per day, $13,500 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Hello, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. The inspector's gonna speak now.
Good morning, sir. On behalf of the city, case number CE 23030709, located at 740 Northwest Fourth Avenue. This case first came before special master on May 13th of 2023, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on March 20th of this year, and so far 9 re-inspections have been made to the property. I finally have somebody from the owner or the representative of the owner that actually came over to us and started making conversations on how to come into compliance. Unfortunately, sir, this property in this case is not in compliance as of today. Again, I just met the manager yesterday. And I have been speaking prior to 2 or 3 other managers prior to this manager coming over, sir. I think he wants to have compliance, but unfortunately, we have none today. And he's here with us.
So there's still derelict vehicles?
Yeah, there are 2 derelict vehicles. There is still miscellaneous trash, and the driveway has to be resurfaced again, sir.
That's not listed as a violation.
It's 47 dash, I'm sorry, 18-4C, 9-304B, and 18-12, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes, my mistake, yes, sir. Yeah, if it continues to be the way that.
Okay, tell us your name and address.
I didn't hear you again.
You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Tell us your name and address and your relation to the property.
Okay, so my name's Isaiah, Isaiah Dumaville. I'm actually a manager for the property. I recently found out about this case through my attorney, and I found out like literally like the day before. So I did meet up with the inspector yesterday to get in compliance. We did remove all the trash that was over there as far as like the bulk trash. We did come into compliance with like trying to get it landscape. The cars were removed, but he informed me that it gotta be, date and timestamp. So right now, as we speak, I have my pavement guy that I called in front of him yesterday that's actually out today working on getting the pavement resurfaced, restriped to get it in compliance. Now, what I would say is, as management, because we manage more in like Miami, we are in the process of actually selling Fort Lauderdale that we're supposed to be closing on Friday. Because I explained to the inspector that unfortunately the building's kind of running itself. We don't really necessarily have a staff up there to support Fort Lauderdale. We have several different little fourplex units up there. So we actually in the process of, getting out you guys' hands all together. So I'm just really here today. Once I get everything in compliance, I will have pictures submitted date and timestamp, but I am working on, because the things that he's asking for is something that could relatively get done quickly, on my end at least.
Inspector, what do you suggest?
The city stands, sir. Continue the fines until there is compliance. He does now have my direct number. And anytime he has it done, I can just run there. I'm 5-10 minutes away from the property. It is located very central to me to get there. And once he has everything done, I can stop the fines and take a picture and comply.
Okay, so again, the parking lot is not.
No, it's not one of those things. But yes, it's one of those, yeah, because the cars have been sitting there for quite some time, that all the oil and everything has drained. It actually has deteriorated the asphalt. Correct. If he does have compliance with the derelict vehicles and the miscellaneous trash, I can go out there either today or tomorrow and try the case, but until then, the case is not in compliance.
So if he goes out there, the vehicles and the trailers are all gone, yes?
Correct.
Okay, he's gonna run by and he's gonna go by and see if that's true. You're closing on Friday, or what are you doing?
Well, that's the plan. We're set to close Friday, but I didn't know about this case. It came up in our report, you know, when you have to do like the report when you sell it. So that's the lien search. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
So
Currently, there's $13,500 in fines that are pending, and they continue to accrue unless these violations that are listed are in compliance. So you need to know that, and so does your buyer. So they might want to put away some money in escrow. You work that out with your lawyer. But at this point, if you're saying it's in compliance, the inspector will come by to confirm that and stop the fines if that's true.
okay.
You're saying yes.
Yes, I'm saying yes.
Okay. All right.
What are we doing?
So
We're imposing.
Okay, we're gonna impose the fines for now, and we'll work through that to see what happens next. All right, sir?
You say you got a what now with the fines?
We're gonna do what's called impose the fines. The fines have accrued, and if it's not complied, the fines continue each day for any violation that continue.
Understood.
If they stop, then they'll stop. Then there will still be fines that are owed that have accrued up to dates.
Understood.
Okay, all right, so that's my order, then impose the fine.
Okay.
Inspector will come by and look at the property. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next case, page 21. Inspector Nalika Murray, case number CE 22110598. Case address 1201 Citrus Isle, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Paulina Castillo and Wellington A. Castillo. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 5/9/23. One suspension from 6/13/23 to 7/11/23. 3 sections complied at $50 per day, $3,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. The inspector's going to speak now.
Inspector Malika Murray for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number is CE 22110598 for the property address of 1201 Citrus Isles. This case first came before the special magistrate on March the 14th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on December the 4th, 2022. A total of 10 re-inspections were made at the property, as well as there have been conversations with property representation as well as ownership. During those conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. As the magistrate may recall, the remaining violation that was on the property was for the driveway being in disrepair, and there was an open permit at the time that needed to be finalized. That permit was finalized on June the 19th of 2023, therefore bringing the case into compliance. It is the city's position to impose the fines as read.
Okay, so all the violations are in compliance,
That is correct.
but there are fines that have accrued of $3,400 to date.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your name and address?
Hello, sir. My name is Juan Collar, 1201 Citrus Isle, Florida 3333155.
What's your relationship to the property? Because your name is
I'm-
not
I'm-
showing.
I'm his brother. I have a POA that I submitted.
Okay, all right. So there are fines of the amount of $3,400. Did a really nice job on getting the property to comply. It was much better.
Sir,
But there's still fines that have to be paid.
if I may,
Yes,
yeah,
go
just to provide a little bit of history, we purchased the property as it was, as you saw the pictures prior. The owner told us that they had never received the violation on that property. As soon as we received that, we complied immediately. We started the process of redoing the whole property. We've actually remodeled the property inside and out. It's brand new. It's beautiful, as you saw. It took us a little bit of time because of the permitting, but everything has been resolved. So again, I thank Your Honor for the patience, but I would like to ask for forgiveness of the fees. We have complied with everything from the beginning of the process, and everything is done already.
I can't reduce the fines today. Right? I can't do that. What, are you okay with giving the admin fee?
I'm sorry?
One second, I'm talking to the staff.
Yes, sir. Special magistrate, the administrative costs, for special magistrate hearings as well as the re-inspections would total $626.
Would that be acceptable to the city for applying the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's a good day for you. You did a lot of work and it's paying off because they're going to impose $626 as their costs for doing all the inspections and their work, which is a lot less than the fines of $3,400. So there's no issues. I'm going to impose the costs as a board. Okay?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. You did a really nice job on the property. You really, really good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Oh, he had something else.
Make sure that you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
How do I pay the fees? Do I get a notice or?
You're gonna get an order in the mail. Have you been getting the orders? Who gets the orders in the mail?
I have been getting it, yes.
You'll be getting the order that tells you how much it is and when to pay it and where to pay it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you again.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 230204771, case address 1759 Southwest 30th Place, owner 1759 Southwest 30th Place LLC. This case was cited 2/14/23 to comply by 4/14/23. 2 trees were removed at $150, $300 approved. The city is requesting the full amount. The appeal deadline was 3/1/23 and no appeal was received. Citation.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Malika Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. This case number is CE 230204771 for a citation that was issued at the case address of 1759 Southwest 30th Place on February the 15th of 2023. A citation notice was issued for the following violation that was observed: 47-21.5.A for a one-time fee of $300 for the 2 trees that were removed from the rear of the property without a permit during the installation of a permitted pool that was installed. This just happened to fall by the wayside during that process. As of today, I did observe a permit that is on file that is awaiting to be issued under permit number LND-23EE-2307-0273. Again, we are waiting for that to be picked up by the actual ownership pursuant to the city's ordinance of 11-19D. The violator has failed to contest the citation violation notice within the allotted amount of time, which allows for an admission of the violation.
There's a fine of $300.
Yes, sir.
Young lady, tell us your name and address.
My name is Jessica Matute and the address is 1759 Southwest 30th Place, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33315.
Okay, what's your relationship to the limited liability company? The owner.
So I'll be representing the owner. I'm the property manager for this property.
Okay, so there's a fine of $300 for removal of the tree. Do you have any issues with that?
No, I was before I was waiting on an arborist report. Once I finally got the arborist report from Jeremy Hinkle, then I went ahead and submitted everything for the tree permit. So we are in the works to go ahead and going into compliance.
The fine of $300, citation fine of $300, and we're gonna order in the mail to pay that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm enforcing the fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 230207991, case address 1300 Southwest 28th Street. Owner Richard Schuler. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23 and 8/24/23, 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $1,200 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Malika Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, the case number CE 23020791 for the case address of 1300 Southwest 28th Street. This case was inherited from Senior Inspector Garcia and first came before the Special Magistrate on May the 25th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on February the 22nd, 2023. A total of 7 re-inspections were made at the property. As I've been made aware of, there have been conversations by phone and in person with the property owner. During these conversations, the status of the violations that remain were discussed. Currently, this property is not in compliance. We do have representation who I believe is requesting an extension to bring the property into compliance.
Okay. Gentlemen.
Let me swear them in.
Swear you in.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hands? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
If you tell us your name.
Brandon Loshak, attorney on behalf of the owner.
The other gentleman? Is the other guy, the other man gonna speak?
I think he's gone.
Are you going, okay, and your name?
Chris McShane, also attorney.
Okay, so you're seeking an extension for how long?
Yeah, yes, Your Magistrate. So this property, if you're aware, is in a FEMA disaster zone, the 4709 disaster area. So our client has been staying in a hotel for the past 3 months. And I've just mentioned this because we've been going through the struggles of trying to maintain this property, bring it into compliance. If you're aware, he's not living in the property. And I know that the street, the whole area is still under improvements. They're adding additional pavement, additional drainage. So we've been working to try to get this done. Now, I believe the last hearing, there was supposed to be some time parameters that I think got flipped in the magistrate's order. So this, I believe, was supposed to be actually do the driveway in August, and then possibly the maintenance was supposed to be done for this hearing. Now, we spoke with Miss Amy Brown last week, trying to inform her, letting her know the situation, and trying to work through this. We also spoke to Andre Cross in the building department to discuss the driveway, and he did mention to us that a gravel, clean, well-graded driveway would be sufficient, he believed. So that's what we did. We did that on Friday. We did this week. We've been making all efforts to try to bring this into compliance, but it seems we're just out of time. So that's essentially what we're asking for here is more time and see what we can do to bring this in compliance.
1 second.
I'm sorry, Special Magistrate.
Go ahead. What do you want to do in light of this request?
We have no problem granting the extension. We just want to make sure that we are clear about the 2 remaining violations, that you guys understand that the gravel driveway, as per the actual zoning code, is not allowed, even though you guys have redone and reshaped it. A actual permit will be required, and a new driveway would have to actually be installed, as well as the exterior surfaces of the building. that also include around the fascia and soffit areas where there's some staining from repair work that has probably occurred at the property that would have to be painted over or cleaned up.
That's not a problem. We can certainly look into all that. I guess one of the things we would like to have is, I guess, a meeting to kind of sit down and even go over with Mr. Cross what exactly needs to be done. And as far as the fines are concerned, because this is a permitting issue at this point, I don't even think compliance would have been possible based upon the May 25th order for today's hearing. And we would request not only an extension, but all fines associated with the driveway be suspended until at least in conformance with the other dates, which was in August. That way, you know, obviously he's doing his best. He's trying everything he can. He's displaced. He's even gone out there, according to what Andre Cross said, and did what that suggestion was. So it's not as if, you know, there aren't efforts being made here. Now we're being told that that's not going to be enough, that now he's going to have to probably apply for a driveway permit. And then, you know, if that's what he needs to do, he'll do it. But that's going to take time. It's going to require a survey, submission of a permit. And it's just not something that he could have gotten done by today. So if if the city, based upon, you know, the hardships he's gone through, especially considering the disaster area and the fact that he is still displaced, that at a minimum, the fines not accrue until at least in conformance with the other date, which was in August. I believe it's August 24th. Just don't want a meter to be running on him, not only while he's living in a hotel, while he's also just trying to, you know, figure his way through the process. And I think everyone here will agree that he is doing everything he can. It's not as if no work's being done. You know, he was communicating with the former inspector prior to his departure. Unfortunately, he didn't get a call back, understanding that he was leaving the city. That's understandable. And there's been ongoing conversations with Mr. Murray. So, you know, I think that would be a fair result here.
Special Magistrate, the city does not oppose staying the fines as well as allowing for the extension.
Extension till when?
So for the exterior, maybe 28 days from drive.
Okay, for the exterior maintenance on the walls, we'd like to ask for 28 days. That would ask for a compliance date by August the, yes, August the 8th, 2023. And then we'd like to ask for 63 days as it pertains to the driveway, which would provide for a compliance date of September the 12th, 2023.
Correct, but we want to extend it as well, because that's not a fairness in terms of, so we're gonna get forward, this is 3 days.
Oh, 63 days.
Inspector Murray, is, just so I'm clear, the one that was the 20-some days you're saying to August 8th, I'm looking at the prior order. Is that the one that was previously due by August 24th? It's a little.
Yes, and the city is requesting a 63-day extension for the entire case. So it'll all be at the same.
Oh, that's great.
And suspending the fines.
Okay, yeah, the staggered dates were difficult to figure out.
Okay, so they're both 63 days. Reading the order and fines will be suspended for that period of time.
Thank you.
There are $1,200 in approved fines, right?
Yes.
So there are some fines on the property that from before. We'll deal with those later, but they are there.
What fines were there? I'm just, so I can talk to our client about it.
12 days at $100, $1,200 for vehicles parking on an unapproved surface. 12 days. $100.
Well, again, even to that, he was told if all lettering was removed from the vehicles, that would have been sufficient. And even in the photos submitted here today, you'll see that there was no lettering on any of them.
It wasn't parked on an approved surface. It couldn't be parked on the lawn. It had to be parked on a surface.
I think one of the vehicles was actually one of the attorneys here today who was attending the meeting with Mr. Murray when he was taking the pictures. They're not his vehicles. They were brought there to do work on the property in addition to attorney showing up.
12 days at $100 a day for parking of vehicles, plural, on an unapproved surface. That's what the citation says there.
No, I understand what the citation says. I'm saying the photos that were taken, which show the photographs, they were workers doing work to the property, because it got 5 feet of water in it. In addition, the one other vehicle was one of the attorneys who went to the meeting to meet Mr. Murray. So they weren't parked there. They're there as part of the renovations and as part of that joint inspection. I just wanted.
All right, let me look at the inspector.
I think he's actually confusing because I've never had the meeting. He may have had a meeting with Manny, but we can do some research as to the photos the timeline, but initially the property was cited for having vehicles parked on an unapproved surface, which continued. So that's why the fines against.
I think it's because they don't have a driveway.
For now,
The
so the
issue.
city examines them out and sees whether or not they're merited, okay?
Oh, okay. So we'll look into those as well. I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, so thank you. That's the order.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
He's confused because he's worried about the type of vehicle, but it's because it's not on.
Our next case, page 30. Inspector Mally Ika Murray, case number CE 22090509. Case address 2445 Southwest 18th Terrace, owner Marina Oaks Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 5/9/23 to comply by 7/11/23. One section not complied at $200 per day. Fine starts 7/12/23, and this is in order to reappear. Good morning, gentlemen. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector will speak now.
Inspector Malik Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case number CE 22090509 for the case address of 2445 Southwest 18th Terrace. This case first came before Special Magistrate on May the 9th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on September the 21st, 2022. A total of 9 re-inspections have been made at the property. There have been conversations with property representation as well as ownership in regards to the violations and corrective actions to bring those violations into compliance. As of, excuse me, July the 9th, the property is still not into compliance. As the magistrate may recall, this is a reappearance because we were trying to find out the status of the ongoing litigation that they have with their insurance company. And as previously requested, we wanted to have some kind of an update that they can provide us that lets us know how the schedule of events is occurring on that litigation.
Okay, all right, gentlemen, please.
Your Honor, this is Lior Cohen. I'm the president of the condominium association. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so the latest update after we spoke with the code compliance and we showed them all the information that they requested with regards to the lawsuit that was filed against the carrier, because they admit that they're responsible, but we have all kinds of obstacles in the way. A motion for summary judgment was filed on July 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. And I actually received maybe 30 minutes ago an update from the attorney. I would like to hope that we really see the end of it, like we're in settlement negotiations, which is a positive thing. We would like to get, again, an extension. I think that the pictures from code compliance shows these majorities of those tarps are white tarps, which are like not just like really the flimsy ones. I am not aware of any leaks that we have. So if the city has no objection, I would like to get an extension of time. I mean, nobody is really being, I'm not sure if the word will be damaged by that timing. We've spent a lot of money to make sure that the roofs are in, I'm not sure if to say good condition because they're not, but in right condition until this suit is being finalized. And from that point, we already have a roofer in place, but obviously we will need to gain permits, and that's the plan to go all the way.
Is there a hearing date set for the motion for summary judgment?
I'm not aware of, but as I said, I just received like 30 minutes ago an email that the carrier approached with I cannot really reveal, but just like let's say something that might be able to even avoid that motion for summary judgment hearing. We would probably have an idea in a few days if this is actually going for a hearing, or this might be settled before. And of course, this is in our best interest to finalize this and actually start on filing plans and all the inspections that required by the city, pull permit, and get this situation corrected.
Sir, do you have the case number of the lawsuit?
We do. I'm sorry, but I'm traveling. We did provide it to the code compliance. Like we had a call with them. I'm not sure JP. Like we.
Okay. Who's the other gentleman?
The other gentleman is JP. Is the property manager.
So JP, do you have the case number of the lawsuit?
So the case number. So I have the claim number. So it's going to be 41437.
No, lawsuit.
The lawsuit.
The lawsuit.
It's supposed to start with a case, like a CACE.
Yeah, CACE, correct.
Yes, and then the number would be 4143774. Apologies.
You're talking about, that's a claim number.
That's a claim number. I'm asking for the lawsuit.
And the
Case number.
Circuit Court of Broward County, the courthouse, as a court.
JP, you have that information. We did provide it to code compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, because the email I'm looking at just has the claim number.
The claim number doesn't help us. We want the court number, the court filing of the lawsuit as a number. The claim does not help us.
Was the lawsuit filed this year?
No, it was filed back in 2020 or 2021. If you give me a second, I'm trying to find something that I'll probably have the case number, because I do recall that I got like a copy of the motion for summary judgment. So I'm just like trying to find it as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
So 1 second. It's a CACE -21-012-633. And this would be Marina Oaks Condominium Association versus a American Coastal Insurance Company.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Inspector, what do you respond?
I want to do a mandatory reappearance. When's the next hearing for them to give us an update on for?
Yes, we'd like to do a mandatory reappearance.
To come back to Ansbro.
Yes, to come back to him. So Veronica can look into it.
Would that be in 63 days?
Whichever one you want to give me. What's the next one? 28 days. 28 days.
28. Yes, Special Magistrate, we'd like to have a reappearance scheduled for 28 days from now.
Okay, so we're gonna bring you back within 28 days. You'll get an order that says that. And we'll look at the status of the case. Hopefully you've made some significant progress. It's good that you're having a dialogue. Everybody wants to get it over with, as you do. So we'll bring you back 28 days, okay?
Your Honor, whatever you need, as we told in the last hearing, we're here, like we have a full transparency with the city and code compliance. You understand we are like, sorry?
Yes, it's appreciated.
Yeah. So thank you. And, okay.
In about a month, okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. That it?
Reappear 8 days.
Yeah. Okay, so it'll be back August 8th for a reappearance.
Okay.
All right, and just be prepared to tell us where you are over this progress. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is page 6, Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 22120607. Case address 2031 Northwest 29th Avenue, Owner Daryl Sands and Mary E. Sands. Posted at property 6/28/23, posted at City Hall 6/27/23.
This is the first time?
It's a case, yeah. Actually, it's a repeat case.
You good?
Hello,
Good
can,
morning, sir.
can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
The inspector's gonna tell us what's going on here.
Okay.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 22120607. Case address 2031 Northwest 29th Avenue. The property was inspected on 12/21/22, and the following violations were observed. 18-1. There is outdoor storage violation at this property that is creating a public nuisance. There are items being stored outside such as, but not limited to, paint cans, furniture, buckets, tarps, parking cones, and other miscellaneous items. This is a repeat violation to case number CE 1806-1469, and will be presented in front of the magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not prior to the hearing for finding of fact. Fines began to accrue on 12/21/22 in the amount of $100 a day and with the amount of $20,200.
No. Yeah.
12/21/22.
12/21. So I was issued something on 12/21.
Posted to the property.
Posted on your property.
Excuse me?
A notice was put on the door of the property.
Okay, because all right. Well, I didn't know, but because I had tenants living there, which are not there now, and the yard has been cleaned up as of well, even yesterday, I just had it recut again. The tenants have been put out at the end of May, which the guy, one of the people that was staying there, he was supposed to do home improvements, whatnot. As you can see, he started painting the house and he left it half undone. He started doing things on the inside, which are half undone. And I had to put him out before I put the other tenants out because he supposedly got on drugs or whatever. I don't want to put anybody's business out there. I had to put him out. And he left everything undone. So now that everyone had been out, I was starting to redo everything myself because my son wants to move in. So I started on the inside. I was going to work from inside out. But now that I got that letter the other day, because I already have someone to paint the house. I have the paint, I have the painter. They were supposed to start once the people moved out at the end of May, but she unfortunately had a heart attack. And she says she needs about another month to recover before she can start back working. So the painting job is really, I have the paint already. I have the person to do that. Yes, sir.
Here's your name.
Oh, Daryl Sands. I'm the owner.
Did that before. All right. So
Okay, myself and my mother. Well, my mother is 90 years old, so she can't, be here. But
we will be doing the painting then. Okay.
Excuse me?
Has the outdoor storage been cleaned up?
Yeah, the outdoor stuff has been taken off. We put that out with the bulk last month. There's some more stuff in the backyard that I couldn't get out because I didn't have any more space for the bulk, which will be put out for the bulk for this month. The rest of the stuff but all the front, everything that was in the front is gone. There are no cars there because no one is living there right now. So the yard was just freshly cut yesterday again. Like I said, I have a painter already in place. I have talked to someone about the driveway. I was trying to get it done beforehand, the hearing, but he wanted me to wait until the hearing to see if I needed a permit. So I wasn't sure. So I went down and got an application for a permit from Lincoln Park or whatever, the Department of Sustainable Development. I went down there and I already have the permit, not the permit, but the application for the permit. And I'm waiting on, well, he's waiting on me to hear from about the hearing. Matter of fact, he just called me about 30 minutes ago. So I'm sorry.
Three of these four violations are repeat violations, which means that's a bad thing. You came back again for the same things. That's a problem.
But I haven't been in front of anybody before.
You have repeat violations. A case number from 2000.
I know one time, I remember one time an inspector came out, but I think that was with the windows. I know I had an inspection for the.
Just so you know, the record show, three of these four items are repeat violations. They're not maintaining their property, leaving stuff outdoors, and the driveway. So if
Okay.
you're gonna do the hold on, so if you're gonna do the driveway, it's probably gonna need a permit. Am I right, Karen?
Yes, but it's also a repeat violation that is $100 a day at 20,200. So they're running fines.
Yeah, your fines are running. They started December 22nd, and they've been running ever since. And you've got fines already of $22,000.
Total fines of $60,600.
You got some very serious fines here. So they're not gonna stop until all these things are done. So, well, what do we want to do, Ms. Karen?
Well, I've already been in the process since I put the people out. Also, I would like to make a statement about some of the items in the yard, the cars and whatnot. There's a gentleman that lives next door to me. He used to always park cars in my yard, and I had repeatedly told him to move the cars. And I ended up having to, I had to call the tow people to get the cars out one time. And then I had the police over and whatnot because he was not listening to me because I was not actually living there. I would tell him to move his cars because I guess he was sending them to Haiti and selling them or reselling them. But he would repeatedly park these cars in my yard because the person that was living there.
Hold on.
Can I interject? None of these violations that he's referring to are the violations in front of us today. I wasn't in his backyard, can't see in his backyard. Everything that's written on these violations are violations from the sidewalk view.
Well,
So
the front, that's clear.
The violations that he's speaking to, cars in the back, have nothing to do with these violations or repeat violations that are running fines.
So
at
he's
this time.
saying that some of these things have already been complied.
I did a reinspection on Sunday. My reinspection was done and none of them were compliant.
But she was.
Oh, well, the yard was cut yesterday.
No, we're talking about the other things.
Okay.
No, there's nothing. The cones are gone. There's no paint buckets in the front. The only thing is in the front now is the those two garbage cans. They just bought those because I ordered them. The slab in the front there is what I was going to use to do a counter inside the house. But I had that there because the person who, yes, sir.
Turn the phone off and make it on silent, please.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, these fines are running because these things haven't complied. So you're gonna have
Well,
to get
now this, okay, go ahead. Okay. Because everything like that stuff on the side there, those are the people from next door. Now I've told them, I even painted a line on the side and told them to put that stuff over on the side over here. And the cone is not mine, but I had, when the guy cut the yard yesterday, I had him take those cones with him. So the yard has been cut. Everything else is out. The stuff that's in the back will be put out for the bulk next week. But you can't see that, but that's no problem. But the yard's been cut. The painting of the house, like I said, I already have the paint. I already have the painter. Yes, sir.
As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/9/23, all violations remain. So if you did that.
Yes. As of yesterday, the stuff in the front, besides the garbage cans, and I forgot to pull that slab of marble, but everything else is done in the front yard. So there's nothing in the front yard is cut. Everything is removed. Now the painting of the house, like I said, I'm waiting on my painter to recuperate so that they can paint the house. She already has the paint. She already, she's already been instructed what to do as far as the paint. Now the driveway, I've spoken with someone for the driveway, and they're waiting for me to let them know the results of the hearing. I don't know why he didn't want to start before. Yes, sir.
Fines are gonna continue to run because the house hasn't been painted when it was supposed to. That's going to continue until it's done.
But I didn't know anything about the house to be painted. Can you?
It was put.
I mean, I know the house is half painted because the guy started and he, like I said, I had to put him out. But I have someone who it would have been painted on the first. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not done. That paint is not done.
No, I know it's not done. The guy left it undone. He started and he didn't finish. That's what I'm saying. The guy that started, the guy that was living there, he was doing home improvements, supposedly. He would start something and he would have finished. Inside, he took out the cabinets and whatnot. There's no sink in there because he didn't finish that. He started painting the house. He didn't finish that. Then there was an incident where there was a shooting. He shot at somebody. So I put him out of the house and the house is still unpainted, but I have someone who's going to paint the house.
Okay, again, it's not been painted today, so that fine continues to run. There are fines on this property until they're completed. You're gonna have to do the driveway fix. Does he order building for that, or does he need a permit?
You can't do an owner builder because he doesn't live there.
He doesn't live at.
So you need a permit to fix your driveway.
Okay, yeah, I've spoken to the asphalt guy, and he wanted me to wait. I don't know why until I had the hearing to find out if I actually needed a permit or not. So now I'm going to contact him. He just called me, but I told him I hadn't come up yet in the hearing. So I don't know why he wanted to wait because I wanted to get it done beforehand.
I really need to just read through this so that it's for the record and then he could reply to that so that it's on the record what we need to do. So 9-306, the exterior of the building has not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior missing paint. Again, a repeat violation of case number CE 18061469 and has been presented for finding of fact. Fines began to accrue on 12/21, the amount of $100 a day with the amount of $20,200. 9-305B, the landscape of the property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing ground cover. We can do 28 days or $50 a day thereafter. And then 9-304B, the paved driveway is in disrepair, has cracks and large potholes. The driveway needs to be surfaced. Again, a repeat violation of case number 18061469 and will be presented for the magistrate for complete prior to the hearing for finding of fact. Fines will begin on 12/21/22 with the amount of $100 a day. And the amount of $20,200. So that's already running. If he gets a permit,
Okay.
we're already running fines, so it's after the fact.
Okay, so my thing is, because I don't actually live in the house, and I don't recall ever receiving that notice, and I don't recall the people giving me that notice because I would have acted on that way back then. So is there a way that you can show proof that I had received the notice? Because, I mean, because if I had received the notice, I think I would have acted on that.
So the notice of violation, notice of hearing was mailed to the property owner with the address as listed in BCPA 2031 Northwest 29th Avenue, the home. And also there is an affidavit by the inspector of posting the property on June 28th.
And the inspection report was also posted.
June 28th, yeah, that's what I have. I don't have anything from December. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have waited this long. I would have had the house painted, but I was waiting on to get the tenants out because they weren't doing the house any service. They were doing it more of a disservice. So I was waiting to get them out. When they got out in May, then I was going to have it painted. And I didn't know. If I would have known I already had a fine or whatever, I would have gotten it painted back then.
Okay, well, it's still not painted, so you need to get that done for the fine to stop. We'll look at the fines later, but for purposes of today, you've got to get the driveway permit and then that work done. You've got to get are there still barren patches here, Karen?
I'm sorry?
Are there barren patches on the lawn?
Bare
It's dead.
Yeah. So,
yes, there's areas of the lawn, the bare areas of the lawn have to be fixed. They're not fixed. That needs to be done.
That was written before the overgrowth, but you can actually see it, so in the pictures.
Yeah, well, that was cut yesterday, so that's no problem. The yard is the least concern. I can get that taken care of quickly. It's the painting of the house that I need an extension for. And also I would need an extension for the driveway because I tried to get it done before. Like I said, I don't know why the asphalt guy wanted to wait.
What am I doing for this?
But I don't think he's understanding that their fines are already running, so there is no.
Yeah, I understand the fines are running. Like I said before, if I'd have knew the fines were before the house being painted, I would have been had the house painted. I didn't know that. So
We're looking right now.
and I already have paint purchased for the house. And like I said, my painter had a heart attack last month, and I have to wait for them to recover so that she can paint the house.
Smoke alarm.
That's in his house.
Like the smoke alarm battery.
Oh, the smoke alarm? Yeah, that's the battery in the smoke alarm.
Where is that?
His house. It's the respondent.
It's in my house. It's my smoke alarm. It needs a battery. It keeps beeping. Yeah.
Probably should have.
So it's here. Get a battery. Okay.
I'm not worrying about that. That's the least of my problems, a battery, sir.
They're running, right?
Yes.
You're-
And we could do a fine, I mean, he could come back for production, I mean, when it's.
You're done. You're complete. Yes. Tell me your name and.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I need to know, am I granted an extension? Yes.
Already were found in violation months ago. No extension.
Julio Dowd, co-compliance supervisor. Mr. Sands, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So, supervisor for this area, to let you know that
What's happened?
Hold on. I can hardly, hold on. Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that fines have begun to run. What you have to do is correct all of these issues and meet with the inspector, Karen Proto. I would suggest that you meet her as soon as possible to go over all the violations. And then once they're done, you can meet again, or you can ask her to inspect to confirm that everything's been taken care of. In the meantime, the fines are gonna continue to run, but after we have been able to verify that everything's been corrected, then you can go to a different type of hearing, a different process that the city has to try to get the fines reduced.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, let the record reflect we can show you the pictures. The property was posted on January 2nd, 2023.
He's about, he was given a notice in December of violation.
That was for the inspection report, not the posting.
What are you talking about? The fines begin in December? Where's his notice that you're in violation in December? That's my question. He says you're gonna get notice in December and then the fines begin. We're looking into it. Hold on.
Okay.
Karen, I'm gonna have you meet with him.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna have the inspector come out, make an appointment with her to meet you there.
Okay.
Go through what is done, what needs to be done, and we'll look at what happened in December of last year about the fines that started, okay?
Okay.
You work with Ms. Proto.
So would I call the number that's on this
He's gonna give you
inspector number 954-828-4609?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about 28 days, Karen, and $50, that's not correct, right?
That's 9305B.
That's for 9305B, because that's not a repeat, that's not a repeat violation.
Okay, what is 9305B, please?
That's to maintain the property on the landscape. You said it's cut, but she's testifying.
There is no violation for the overgrowth. There is no violation for the overgrowth.
See, when the tenants were there, they kept it cut, but now since they haven't been there, it's been.
There is no violation for the overgrowth. There is no violation for that, so.
Yeah, that's been taken care of anyway, so I'm not,
Okay,
that's.
but that's good, but there is
Now,
no
there's
violation.
one thing that I am concerned about on here that I don't recognize. where's that one? The exterior building walls. Is that the paint one? Okay. There's what? There's 3 violations, right?
Karen?
Yes.
There's 4 violations.
Okay.
4 violations.
Okay. What is? Okay. One is the paint. One is the driveway, the lawn, and what's the other?
The storage outside, you said it's cleaned up.
The store. Oh, the stuff outside. Oh, all the stuff outside has been removed. You're like on mute now. I can't hear what you're saying, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You're gonna call her and make an appointment so she can come to the property and show you what needs to still be done.
Okay. All right. Okay.
What am I doing for an order here?
What would be the best time to call her?
You could call me anytime. Do you have a pen? So you can take down the cell phone number also. So you
Yeah.
definitely get in touch with me.
$57,000 is the correct
Okay.
amount. January 2nd, 2023.
Yeah, I have a pen.
On January 2nd, not December 21st.
So what's December?
She went to the property in December. It was right before Christmas. And it was incited until, she did not post the property until January 2nd. So the fine would start from January 2nd.
You didn't get notice. So
He got notice on January
I
2nd.
want you to go show him the notice.
Yeah, I'll bring the papers. I'll show them.
Yeah, bring the papers because the tenants who are living there, I don't recall them giving me any notice. 'Cause I was-
Hold on. We're gonna move on.
Okay,
Give me her
give me
cell
the
phone.
number.
Are you ready
Okay,
to write it down?
I'm ready, sir. I have a pen.
954
Mm-hmm.
561 4219.
4219.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty.
Okay, so what is my order here?
We're holding $57,000.
Okay, we'll work it out later. All right, so- and then for the landscaping, if it's not fixed, if there's still bare spots, and she will show you where they are if they're there. You have
Okay.
28 days to fix that, or a fine of $50 a day, every day it's not done.
Okay, well, that's for the landscaping, right? Okay, and since she's gonna go over with me about the paint and the other thing.
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Okay. I will call you, what time was later on today be sufficient for you? Or should I wait till tomorrow to call or? Because I would like to get this, try to, take care of this as soon as possible.
I can have a full day tomorrow will definitely work. I can meet you there early in the morning.
The morning, I have to drive, what time? I take my wife to work by 8:30 and I'm in Coral Springs, so I should be there by 9. Why is the woman laughing? Is there something funny?
No, I'm not laughing.
No, I'm
I'm
looking
not
at the other woman over here laugh. She's turned her back now, but I don't
Okay,
know.
but please stop talking. Please stop talking. You've got the inspector's cell phone. We have a whole agenda today. Please call her tomorrow and she'll be happy to meet you out at the property and discuss everything. Your case is over. We need to move to the next
I
case.
understand, but I just want everybody to take this as seriously as me. If you're laughing and whatnot, I mean,
Keep
I
talking,
see you
sir.
over there laughing. Yeah,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sands. Okay, next case.
We need to take a 5-minute recess. please.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what he said. You
Oh.
have to call target launch with us.
Sit at the head.
Me? Oh,
Yeah. Test 1, 2.
The two guys.
Test 1, 2.
But he hasn't, so that's my vote.
Sydney, are you there? Okay, sure.
Can you close the microphone?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's low.
Can you give me your property address?
Yeah, my property address, 7 Avenue.
Okay, both of your cases are complied, sir. You do not have to attend this hearing.
Four.
Okay, okay.
All four of your cases are complied.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. TNM.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please give me your address?
Yes, it's 2130 Northwest 6th Place. That's one of the folios, and there's a second folio. It's one lot, but two folio numbers. It's 635 Northwest 21st Avenue.
PNT, that's complied. Yeah, we said old business.
Okay, that case has been complied and closed. You do not have to attend today's hearing.
Okay, great, thank you. And the second one as well?
Yes.
Or no? Okay, okay, both, great, thank you, have a great day, bye-bye.
You too.
That's it.
Ready?
Yep.
Now, no more smiling. Smiling is frowned upon.
Our next case, page 22. Inspector Gail Williams, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 22120442, case address 2017 Northeast 29th Court, owner Sway 2014-1 Borrower LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/4/23. Section complied at $100 per day, $3,600 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. Danielle? Yeah, Danielle McMahon.
There we go. Oh, sorry.
Birthday.
It is. I'm sorry.
Good. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Case CE 22120442, property address 217 Northeast 29th Court. Supervisor Bass presenting on behalf of Senior Inspector Gail Williams. This case was first heard on May 5th, 2023 to comply by June 4th, 2023. 184C complied, 9-305B complied on June 10th, 2023. 36 days out of compliance at $100 per day for the landscaping at the property not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines at $3,600.
Okay, tell us your name and address.
My name is Danielle McMahon. I'm on behalf of the owner for 2017 Northwest 29th Court.
Okay.
I'm the compliance specialist.
All right, we have fines that have run $3,600 that are pending.
Yes, so we do have a resident currently in the home. We've been trying to send a vendor to take care of it. He keeps saying that he's going to take care of it, so we allowed him to cure the violation. I've trying to email the code officer to see if he has been in compliance, and it seemed like he hasn't. So any fines that we receive, we'll go ahead and.
Okay, the property is in compliance, but before it was, at 36 days at $100 a day, There's a fine on the property
Oh.
of $3,600. So the fine is stacked, but I'm here to impose the fine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My apology. I
Whatever.
didn't know the home was in
It's your
compliance.
birthday. You get to have a.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
That's
So
my-
the,
that's my gift to you.
happy birthday. Thank you.
Can't take it back
What was
now.
the total? 3,600?
600. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna impose that fine for the
And
days
then
you're
how-
out of compliance.
No problem. And then what's the due date?
You'll get an order in the mail and it will explain the amount, where to pay it, when to pay it.
Oh, okay, perfect. No problem. Will do.
Okay, you have a great day.
You too.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Okay,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Our next case, page 26. Inspector Dorian Cologne, Supervisor Stephanie Bath presenting case number CE 230307556. Case address 2515 East Las Olas Boulevard, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Enovex Group LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/4/23. One section complied at $150 per day, $3,300 approved, and the city is requesting the full amount. Alejandro.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Good. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, Inspector.
Case CE 230307556, address 2515 East Los Olas Boulevard. Supervisor Bass presenting on behalf of Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. This property was first inspected on 4/18/2023 and brought before the magistrate on 5/25/23. On 5/25, magistrate Flynn ordered 10 days to comply, $150 per day thereafter for all violations. Violation of 6/5/23, 1812A was complied with 0 fines. 1811B was complied on June 26, 2023, which resulted in fines in the amount of $3,300. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Tell us your name and address, please.
Oh, my name is Alejandro Lugo. My address is 10550 Northwest 74th Street, Unit 105, Doral, Florida.
Do you work for the Enovex Group?
Yes, I'm on behalf of
What's
the
your-
owner of the property.
You're speaking for them today, right?
Yes,
Okay, so the first case was, the first part, the overgrowth is complied, the pool was complied, but there's fines of $3,300 that are pending on this property. Do you
yes,
have any statements about that?
yes. We did the work twice. We did it once, and then because of the rain and the weather, it went all down. So we got like an extra. We spent like extra 2 weeks making the work to be exactly as the Inspector Dorian told me.
All right, let
And
me see what,
That is correct, magistrate. They did do it twice. The first time they did it, it wasn't as sturdy, so therefore, when the rain came and the storm came, it did blow the cover off, so therefore they had to redo it to a more sturdy position where they put the plywood on it, and that brought it into compliance. So it was.
pool is
done
now
twice.
safe.
It is.
Okay, how do you feel about the fines that have accrued?
So, Your Honor, if I could,
Sure.
for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan, this is a $2 million corporate property. And swimming pool violations like this are, the city likes to take very seriously, obviously. If it's open and obvious, appreciate the efforts, absolutely, but if it blows off, it really presents a hazard to small children, animals, et cetera. So I would suggest that the fine is relatively reasonable based on the fact that it was only $150 a day.
Okay, so I'm gonna impose the fines that will be on the property. If they're not paid, they'll become a lien on the property. So you'll get an order in the mail, or whoever gets the mail, with $3,300 in fines for the pool violation as accrued,
okay,
okay?
so where can I pay the fines directly?
You'll get an order that tells you what to do and where to do it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, it's critical that this not have any more issues where the pool's exposed. That would be a very serious health and safety problem. Do not let that happen. Whoever's watching this property had better watch this pool and keep it protected.
Perfect.
Because I will not, and the city will not put up with it again, and I would impose $1,000 a day fine if I find this happens again. Don't let it happen again. All right?
Perfect.
I
Thank you.
understand the weather was bad. I don't want to hear the weather was bad. Do whatever you need to do to make sure it is safe. All right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's the order.
Okay, bye.
I impose.
Our next case, page 15. Inspector Diego Santos. Case number CE 23010328, case address 2400 Southwest Fifth Place. Owner Myra A. Joseph, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, sir.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Inspector's going to speak now.
Morning, Magistrate, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case in CE 23010328 for property located at 2400 Southwest Fifth Place. On January 11, 2023, I inspected the property, and these are the violations I found. 18-12A complied. 9-304B, the driveway maintenance was complied. 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained and the need an off-cape occurrence. There are areas that needs ground cover in the front property. 9-308B complied. And then 24-27B complied. So the only violation left is 9-305B. Yesterday, actually, I spoke directly to the property owner and he will address the concern. At this time, the city is just requesting 28 days for him to come to compliance or face a fine of $50 thereafter.
All right, tell us your name, sir.
My name is Kirby Joseph, Your Honor.
What's your relationship with the owner?
I'm owner as well. I'm the husband.
Okay, well, it says, oh, Myra is your wife?
Yes, that's my wife.
Okay, so you know what to do. You have 28 days to do it, to fix this
It's all-
landscape, right?
It's already been done, Your Honor.
All
It's
right,
been
that's
done.
good to hear. He'll re-inspect it. If it's done, he'll
Yes, sir.
close out the case for you, all right? That's
Yes, sir.
appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Right.
Otherwise, 28 days at $50. In the order. Okay, thank you, sir.
And thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23060144, case address 2516 Davy Boulevard. Owner Barbara Jean LLC, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723. It's 16. Good morning. Will you
Hear me?
please raise your right hand?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, the inspector's going to speak now.
Okay, if I may, there are actually two cases for it's a vacant lot. So I'm going to, if we can also see the other, the one on the same page.
Okay, let me read that one. Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23060210, case address 2508 Davy Boulevard, owner Barbara Jean LLC, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Good morning, Magistrate. I'm the Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting both cases, CE 23060144, property located at 122516 Daily Boulevard. And the second case, which is the other partial, CE 23060210, property located at 2508 Davie Boulevard. So on June 6th, I inspected the property, and the stub violations I observed, 18-12A, overgrowth. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and in the swell. This violation was complied. However, this case is being presented for a special magistrate to find an effect for being a recurring violation from the previous case, CE 19020050. And then the second violation was 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained underneath the well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout the vacant lot. There are potholes full of water. This violation was complied on June 28th, 2023. However, this case is being presented to the special magistrate as a finding of fact for being recurring violation from previous case CE 21080447. The same situation for the second parcel. And the second parcel was the same violation, 18-12A. This violation as well was complied on June 12, 2023. Is being presented as a finding of fact for be a recurring violation from previous case, CE 19020056. And the same again for the second violation, 9-305B. This violation was complied on June 28, 2023. Is being presented as a finding of fact from being a previous violation from case CE 21080448.
Okay, can you tell us your name and address, sir?
My name's Sam Coster. You want my home address or the actual address?
Where do you get the notice for this case?
Oh, 828 Ponce de Leon, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33316.
Okay, what's your relationship to the LLC?
I'm the owner.
Okay. All right, so for both cases, they're joining properties, apparently, but they're all the same cases. The landscape and the overgrowth have been complied, but they are both recurring violations. If these come back, fines are going to attach right away. You do not want this to happen again. It's already happened for a recurring. I'm going to do what's called a finding of fact, showing that the inspector has proven his case for the landscape and the overgrowth. But you need to stay on top of this so it doesn't come back. It could be serious fines, which nobody wants the fines to happen, including you.
No, yeah. The question,
see
so there's going to be no fines at all? Hello?
Go ahead.
I
Yeah,
didn't,
you're frozen. Hold on. We're trying to get you back.
I hear you.
Okay. You had a question, go ahead.
So there are no fines or fees?
No. No.
Okay.
But I'm finding that the violation did exist. And they've already, they recurred. This means these both happened before on both these parcels. Do not let this, my advice is, happen again, or fines will automatically become automatically, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we find the property violation again, from the day we find the violation, this fine is gonna start to run from that day on.
Is there a number of the dollar amount or not?
It's ranged between anywhere from $100 to whatever. we
Do I
agree
set
upon.
that now, or? No, I don't do that. Okay.
No, you don't set that now.
Okay, so you know, sir, that the fines will immediately happen if one or more on either property or both properties occur. Fines will start automatically. You'll get notice, but the fines will start. Because it means.
Okay, can I, one thing, Officer Diego's been great, but I registered this lot online so they can contact me if there is an issue. If there is an issue and he contacts me, I will grab that grass that day and bring it over or pick up the trash. There is a trash issue because you got Flanagan's over there, which I pick up Flanagan's cups once a week, and there's a bus stop and there's a trash can that's there. And I pick that trash up. But all I'm asking is to get a phone call, and I will run over in a half an hour and pick up whatever I need to do. within an hour if it ever becomes an issue again. Either way, I'll go by once every 2 weeks, pick up and cut as I continue what I've been doing for the last 5 years.
I'm not sure that's sufficient to avoid a problem. Every 2 weeks is not very good. I realize that helps, but if he comes back there and sees a violation and you had just left and if violations occur, you're gonna end up with a fine. So you need more frequent visibility on this property as the property owner, or have somebody in the neighborhood do what they need to do to help you out. But you don't want fines that recur on this. You can avoid it.
I'm saying
Alright.
maintenance is done every 2 weeks. I'll be there 1 hour after a phone call.
Yeah, but it's not his job to call, contact and say, I got another problem again. It's your.
I know,
job
but
to
is
put
it
in.
is it my job in the swale where the bus stop is and the trash can, the trash can fills up and then they just dump it on the side? Should I sit there every day and pick it up?
Unfortunately, the swale is your property, subject to an easement, it's called, for the bus company. So yes,
Oh, okay. Can I remove the trash can then, since it's my?
I don't know. How would he do that?
We have to.
I don't know who it is. It's a bus. he said.
I want to remove the trash can.
All right. City trash, and we're not taking care of it, or it's filling up really bad.
That's the pictures I submitted. It's not getting taken care of.
Okay, what do we do about this, Mr. Santos? Any ideas?
Well, we have to,
There has to be trash receptacle there. There's a bus stop there.
there's a bus stop,
There
yeah.
have to be trash receptacle.
So we need more vigilance on our part, to get these things serviced more often. He shouldn't have to pick up trash, but put in there and then spill it over.
Yeah, we definitely need to get in touch with the, which is the department.
Sanitation.
Sanitation department. To see about how frequent they do the pickup. in the
Okay,
area.
because I don't want to require him to pick up other people's garbage when it wasn't from him.
Absolutely.
But the swale is your obligation, so he is going to look into it with the city sanitation people.
Okay.
Otherwise, anything else that's on the property or the maintenance is your responsibility as a property owner. You want to fence it off, that's up to you, but I saw you have people using it as a cut through. That been taken care of?
Yes, actually,
The city
my-
people
my-
are there to go to Flanagan sometimes.
yes,
Okay, we'll put those road strips in there. Use their tires.
I'm just gonna have them towed next time.
We'll get them on the way back if they're drinking. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
All right,
Do
thank
your
you,
best.
guys. Thank you, Mr. Diego.
no problem, you're welcome.
You got it.
Next case.
It's right low.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230500687, case address 1270 Southwest 28th Way, owner Popular Real Estate Company, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Respondent.
Oh. Yeah, so let them go ahead and join us, they're declining my request.
I'm sorry.
They're declining my request.
You have to,
Join as a
As
panelist.
a panelist. Mr. Khan, if you're trying to join, you have to join as a panelist. You're declining the request.
And he's, we have to see him.
No, I know you do that where you tell them on the phone.
Oh, and, yeah, or he could just use the video.
They accepted the.
Is he doing anything?
He said he
They
accepted.
accepted, but, I'm not sure what happened. Put some load into the panels, but. Where?
Where?
There we go. All right, that's your guy, isn't it? No, you can. Come on. No. With the bad knee, he's in disguise. Can you tell that? He's gonna be able to
Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, Inspector.
Good morning, Magistrate. I'm Inspector Diego Santos, representing the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 23-050687, property located at 1270 Southwest 28th Way. On May 23rd, I conducting the inspection of the areas and I found this property with the following violations: 18-4C, which was complied; 18-12A, overgrown trash. There's overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris on the property in the front side and in the backyard and in the swell. This is actually a recurring it's a recurring violation, reference to the case CE 19070930. 18-1 was complied. 9-306, exterior maintenance. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. The structural parts, including fascia, soft show deterioration and are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is also a recurring violation, reference to the case CE 19070930. Next violation is 9-308A, roof not maintained. They are part of the roof and the roof structure at this property that are in disrepair. Roof is dirty and is not weather or watertight. This is as well as a recurring reference to the case CE 19070930. As well, 9-280B, building parts are not maintained. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to doors, door frames, and the porch roof. There is also a recurring violation reference to the case CE 19070930. Violation 93-363 that was complied. As of July 10th, there was my last inspection, and all the other violations that I mentioned still there. At this time, the city is requesting the following: 4 violations: 18-12A, violation violation 9- actually, I'm sorry, my apologies. For violation 18-12A, the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 per day thereafter. For the other remaining violations, the city actually understands that they're gonna take time to repair. So we giving 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 thereafter for violation.
Is the derelict vehicle gone?
For you to register.
Oh, they did already register.
Sorry.
Yeah. The derelict vehicles complied.
Okay, good.
And then the 18-1 is complied also, the outdoor
Right.
storage. And then
Outdoor storage is compliant?
the outdoor storage is complied.
So tell them precisely what's left to do.
So what is left to do is the overgrowth in the back of the property that needs to be taken care of it.
Okay.
Okay, the exterior is maintenance. The roof needs to be also in compliance. Okay, and the building parts, he started doing some stuff, but there's a door there that it needs to be compliant. and also the roof, the porch roof. So these are the items that needs to be complied. Actually, I spoke to him previously. I agreed to meet with him tomorrow to show him exactly what he needs to do in order to comply the case.
Great, so those are, so it's 10 days or $150 for the overgrowth and trash to be fixed.
Exactly. And then for the other ones, we are
63 days.
63 days.
And a fine of what?
$150
Okay,
for violation.
all right, thank you. All right, yes, sir. Can you tell us your name and address?
My name is M. Abu Khan. My real address is, home address is 6430 Southwest 13th Street, Plantation, Florida, 33317.
Okay. Do you have any questions? We're gonna meet with you tomorrow, he said, right?
Yes, sir. I prefer if you give me like a 3 months time, that will be a little bit favorable to me.
I'm not gonna do 3 months time. I'm not going to do that. These are called recurring violations, meaning these existed in the past and now they're back again. And that is not something that the city tolerates. So they need to be addressed. I'm not giving you more time. He's gonna meet with you tomorrow to get.
Yes.
Explain what to do to get it done. If they come back, they'll become a recurring violation and a fine will automatically start against you. No one wants the fine. They want the compliance. You
Yes,
need
sir.
to step up and get these things and then stay on top of them, sir. Okay?
Okay,
All right,
sir.
so- All right, so I'm gonna do the order the way he structured it. 3 for 63 days, at 150 for violations, 10 days, at 150 for the overgrowth. Any other questions, sir?
No, sir. I only think clear that I got time 63 days for everything to clear, right, sir?
Except for the trash, you got 10 days to get that trash and overgrowth cleaned up. 10 days.
Okay.
Okay, he'll talk to you tomorrow, show you and work with you. All right, sir?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. That'll be the order.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's the end of our respondents.
What are we doing over
We're gonna go through the non-respondents.
there? Okay.
Oh, they're probably here for many reductions.
Yeah.
Taking a break.
Take a break?
No.
Okay, yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Break it.
You're going?
I'm going. He's breaking. Break it.
What do you think is on page 20?
No, you can keep going.
They're gonna keep going. Yeah, let's keep going.
The first case?
Area control planner.
I don't. No idea.
So he's a client on this.
Almost done. Can they hear me?
Are we ready? Oh, no, they said they're ready. They're ready.
It's on? Okay.
I need to check on it.
You can check on it after, because you're gonna be first, and then after that, you have
Okay,
to.
we'll come back again.
Yeah, we'll just go through it.
There she is.
We're gonna read,
Yes.
let's go. Please.
Page 1. Inspector Philippe Lands, case number FC 230400001, case address 50 Southeast 12th Street, owner 50 Southeast 12th Street LLC, posted at property 62223, posted at City Hall 62723.
Inspector Philip Mahens for case number FC 23040001 for the property located at 50 Southeast 12th Street. The original inspection was conducted on December 3rd, 2022. Since then, three re-inspections have been conducted with including mine. The violations that exist are section 13-58. The fire protection system report required to be submitted to the fire and rescue department has not been submitted electronically to the compliance engine. 1364, Knox box must contain emergency contact information. FFPC 1.18.2.2.1, access to or within the structural area is difficult because of security. And FFPC 1.1.7.7.2, there is storage in the electrical room. City is requesting an extension of 30 days with $100 a day thereafter.
We did 28. We don't have 30
28, I'm sorry.
for each violation.
For each violation, correct?
What you said, 100, right?
Yes,
Okay, or
Next case, page 3, Inspector Dorian Cologne. Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting case number CE 2305074. Case address 5560 Northeast 33rd Avenue. Owner Marshall Peckett and Augie Peckett. Posted at property 63023, posted at City Hall 62723.
Supervisor Bass presenting on behalf of Senior Inspector Dorian Colion, case CE 2305074, case address is 5560 Northeast 33rd Avenue. Property was first inspected on May 25th, 2023. The following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The doors on the side of the house are deteriorated and in disrepair. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The fence is not secured, has no post, and is being held by a wire fastened to the hose roller on the side of the house. There's also a gap on the other side. Section 1811B, the swimming pool located at its unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash, and debris. The building does not have the required utility services, and safeguards have not been taken to prevent human beings or animals from falling into or having access to the pool per the program. This pool in this condition presents a health and safety issue for the community, and that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and a public nuisance. Section 18-12A complied, however, this is a repeat violation. The previous case is CE 2205046 and will be presented to the magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not prior to the hearing. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffit, and are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and filling paint. This is a repeat violation. Previous case number is CE 2205046 and will be presented to the magistrate whether it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation. Previous case number CE 2205462 and will be presented to the magistrate whether it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. A pre-inspection hearing was conducted on July 7, 2023, where all violations remain with the exception of 1812A as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter for, for the city is requesting the imposition of fines of $200 as a repeat violation for the 1812A for the 2 days that it was out compliance for section 9-306 and 9-305B, which are repeat violations. We're asking for the imposition of fines for the date that we first saw that the violation existed at $200 per day per violation. For section 9.
Do you know what that date is? Yes.
Yeah, it was for when it was first inspected. It was first inspected on 5/25/23. The total fines right now will be $18,800 that we're asking to be imposed. We want it to continue for both of those repeat violations. And we're asking for it to continue to approve at $200.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Section.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
For section 11B. The city is requesting for this was not required, and this was not a repeat, but the city is requesting only 10 days to comply or $200 per day thereafter. As well.
And then. Last present. Her ordinance is that's all the elements.
I'm sorry,
9 280, 80B and 9 288, requesting 28 days to comply.
And how much?
$100 a day there.
100.
Yes.
Okay.
It's outlined by the supervisor and order for each of those violations. Thank you.
Back to page 2, we have, Inspector Philip Lands, case number FC 230400002. That case is complied. Page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230100650. Case address 2705 Northwest 20th Street, owner JJ Brothers Realty Company, in care of Ning Chung Wing. This was posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 230100650, address 2705 Northwest 20th Street. The property was inspected on 1/24/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. BCZ-39-275, subsection 6, subsection B, there is non-permitted land use in this RD10 zoning district, unroofed outdoor storage. There are items being stored outside of the property such as, but not limited to, plastic containers, Christmas decorations, buckets, and other miscellaneous items. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. An inspection report was posted at the property on 1/24/23. I re-inspected the property on 2/21/23. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/28/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/9/23, violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter for each violation.
Is the one for the, one says compliant with Broward County case, is that true?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
all
I'm
right.
sorry.
For 28 days, I'm not for the remaining two.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll-
Next case, also page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230300103. Case address 2910 Northwest 25th Street, owner Eric C. Hickson Senior, Benita L. Pierce, and Calvin Savage, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Karen Cody from City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is written for the record. The property was inspected on 3/5/23. The following violations were observed. 9-308A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weather tight. It appears that there is a white plastic top that surrounds the top of the roof. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint, including the fascia. 9-304B, the paved driveway is in disrepair and has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. An inspection report was posted and mailed on 3/5/23. I inspected the property on 4/17/23. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/28/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/9/23, the violations remain and depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter for each violation.
Sorry.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230400066. Case address 409 Southeast 16th Street, owner Edward W. Shabern, Revocable Living Trust, and Edward W. Shabern, trustee, posted at property 62723, posted at City Hall 62723.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230400066. The address is 409 Southeast 16th Street. I inspected this property April 3rd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-313.A, property is not identified by approved address numbers. 18-12A, there's trash and debris. on the property or on its swale. And 9-305B, the gravel swale area of this property is not being maintained in any well-kept appearance. There are weeds growing through the gravel and there's missing sod in the front yard. An inspection report was issued April 3rd, 2023. I re-inspected the property May 3rd and May 24th. Notice of hearing was posted on June 27th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 9th, 2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photographs. For section -9313A, we're asking for 10 days to comply by. For
Or fine or what?
I'm sorry, yeah, or a fine of $50 per day.
Okay.
Code section 1812A, we're asking for 10 days as well, and $50 per day thereafter. And code section 9-305B, we're asking for 28 days or $50 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 9, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23040076, case address 417 Southeast 16th Street. Owner Edward Sherburne W. Revocable Trust, Edward W. Sherburne, trustee, posted at property 62723, posted at City Hall 62723.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 23040076, address 417 Southeast 16th Street. I inspected this property on April 3rd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 47-341A.8.1, there are items being stored outdoors on this property on the east side of the property, including but not limited to wood, chairs, awnings, and other miscellaneous items. 9-305B, the gravel soil area of this property is not being maintained in a appearance. There are areas of weeds growing through, and there is missing sod in the front yard. Code section 24-27B, that was complied or withdrawn, yeah. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. An inspection report was issued on April 3rd, 2023. I re-inspected the property on May 3rd and May 24th. Notice of hearing was posted on the property June 27th, 2023. An inspection was conducted July 9th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted in the photographs. For code section 47-341A1, we're asking for 28 days or $50 thereafter. Code section -305B, we're asking for 28 days or $50 thereafter. For code section 1812A, we're asking for 10 days or $50 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23050880, case address 1817 Southeast 7th Street. Owner 1817 Southeast 7th Street LLC, posted at property 62723, posted at City Hall 62723.
Good afternoon, sir. For compliance inspector presenting case number CE 23050880 for the property at 1817 Southeast 7th Street. Inspection of the property was performed by Senior Inspector Garcia on May 26th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant lot property and on its swale. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on May 11th, allowing 15 days into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative of the property, and he will have compliance in a couple of days. Special magistrate request form sent on June 12th for today's special master. A pre-hearing inspection was done on July 6th. And the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been not been brought into compliance. City's requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photo submitted into record for evidence. So thank you.
Also, page 13, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23030807, case address 1501 Southwest 19th Avenue. Owner Alex Stephen Pryor, posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Inspector David Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases CE 23030807. Property located at 1501 Southwest 19th Avenue. On April 2nd, I inspected the property and I found the following violations. 18-4C, derelict vehicle and bus and vessel. There's a derelict vehicle, a gold Acura, Pennsylvania license plate GLG 8543, expired on 7/17, parked in the front of the property, and a derelict vessel on top of jack stands and wood parked behind the fence inside the property. The gold Acura is no longer derelict. It has a valid license plate, Florida license plate right now, AM 36 and expired 3/24. For violation 9-304T, parking on the lawn, the same, both the gold Acura and the both be parked on the lawn as well, making a second violation. 18-1, public nuisance and storage. There are items being stored outside of this property, including but not limited to both parts, indoor furniture, several plastic containers, several red panels, and other miscellaneous items that are creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in a such manner that the property is or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, wild animals, and may be furnishing and breeding place for mosquitoes or threatening and endanger the public health, safety, welfare, and or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the next properties. I'm sorry, my apologies. All right, continue. There's 18-12A, overgrown trash. There's overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and in this well. 9-305A, the landscape encroach on the road. There is a growth of landscape material along an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right of way. 9-308, the debris on the roof, the debris, trash, and another elements which is not permanent on the roof. 9-305B, landscape maintenance. The landscaping of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground covers around the property in the swell area. 9-280H1, the fence gate, the wood fence gate this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The fence is stained. There are areas that have broken slots and it's leaning. 9-306, the exterior is maintenance. The exterior building wall does not be maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are stains and missing paint. So as July 10, the property remains in violation for all the violations. There was no contact from the property owner. Several times I passed by, I tried to have contact. They have my information, my phone number for the original posting that I posted to the property, plus the posting for the hearing. So the city is requesting at this time for the following violations. So for the 18-4C, for the derelict vessel, 10 days to comply, 9-304B, or fines of $50 per day thereafter. For violation 9-304B, parking on the lawn, 10 days or $50 thereafter. For the 18-1, 10 days or $50 thereafter. For the 18-12A, 10 days or $50 thereafter. For 9-305A, 10 days or $50 thereafter. And then for the violation 9-308B, 10 days or $50 thereafter. For the remaining violations, we are requiring 28 days to come to compliance or face a fine of $50 per violation thereafter. Oh, for the 28 days, it's going to be sections 9-305B, the landscape maintenance, 28 days, $50 thereafter. 9-280H1, the fence, 28 days or $50 thereafter. And then for the final one, 9-306 for the exterior maintenance, 28 days or $50 thereafter. So
Next case, page 17, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230209116. Case address 524 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Tree Mend LLC Corp. Posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Good afternoon, I'm Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case in CE 23020916. Property located at 524 Southwest 22nd Avenue. On February 28th, I inspected the property, and these are the violations I observed. 18-12A, which actually came to compliance. 9-305B, actually came to compliance. The only remaining violation is 9-363. Application for registration. There's a failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The pre-application has not been submitted or it is incomplete. So for that violation, the city is requesting 10 days to come to compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yeah. Our next page is page 20, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2304034, case address 1241 Northwest 46th Court, owner Ethan Arabo and Ishtok Arabo. Posted at property 62823, posted at City Hall 62723.
Good afternoon. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 23040343, address 1241 Northwest 46th Court. This was cited on 4/12/23 for violation 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. They were given 15 days to come into compliance. Violation is not in compliance. The city is requesting 10 days or $200 per day thereafter.
I'm gonna make it 300.
Okay.
No order. Thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Philippe Lahens, case number FC 2301010, case address 916 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Leonard J. Carroll and Myra Cohen Carroll. This case was first heard 5/9/23 to comply by 6/13/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Mine is on a confirmed, so order.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2301012, case address 534 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC, and this is in order to vacate the order imposing fines and close of 3/14/2023.
Okay, so order.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 230208883, case address 1124 Northeast Second Avenue, owner William Harris. This is to vacate final order of 6/13/2023.
So order.
Next case, page 24, case number CE 230300927, case address 408 Southwest 25th Terrace. This case is being rescheduled.
So order.
Next case, page 27. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230400309, case address 3001 East Los Olas Boulevard, owner Brooklyn 46 LLC. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 6/23/23. One section not complied at $500 per day, $9,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Fines confirmed.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 220500725, case address 709 Southwest 4th Court, numbers 1 through 7, owner SAP Reholdings LLC. This is to vacate the order imposing fines of 12623.
So order.
Next case, page 28, case number CE 22110429, case address 2201 Northwest 29th Terrace, Inspector Karen Proto, owner L. Lockhart Jr. and Johnny M. Lockhart. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23, one suspension from 5/9/23 to 7/11/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So order.
No, this is case number, is this CE 22/2211/129? Yeah, yes. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna impose those fines, yeah.
Okay, you go.
But this one, the admin fees only, so I'm gonna go through the bottom thing.
Yes.
Yes. Which one? Which one? That's gonna be case number CE two. It's on page 32.
Okay.
Complied without fines.
Are you compliant?
Without fines, yeah, they're
Yeah,
not
so
fines.
no admin costs?
No, we're good.
Great.
It's gonna be
Wonderful.
cool.
Yeah, you're done.
Thank you. So that's it.
That's it. The city is requesting to enter pages 34 and 35 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. This concludes the special magistrate hearing for July 11, 2023.
So ordered. What time?
12:34.
Maybe make the announcement for, not for me,
I'm sorry.
the announcement for lead reduction.
Okay,
Yeah, I want you to do this before I start that.
okay.
Very.
For anyone that's here for lien reduction, we will begin in approximately 10 minutes. So if you're here for lien reduction, please give us 10 minutes and we will be back with you. Okay. First case, page 1, case number CE 09021533, case address 480-510 Northwest 24th Avenue. Total lien amount $21,400. Admin cost $806.66. The city is requesting $6,420.
About 5 of these cases, right?
Yeah.
You want to read them all, or you want to do them separate? You should do them separately anyhow, right?
Yeah. Because of the amounts.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Will you
All right.
please hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And your name is?
Jeremy, and the last name is Goodrich.
And you were the designated by the owner to speak.
That's correct.
We're on the first of 5.
No, 3.
Yeah, it's technically 3, because the others, I guess, were hard fines and they've already been paid. Really, we wouldn't be eligible to even have the hearing today if I guess we hadn't paid the hard fines first.
1 through 3, right? Okay, all right. So talk to me about part 1, sir.
Okay, well, what would you consider part 1, I guess? Which one are we gonna start
First
with?
case,
The first case, please.
ending 1533.
Right, okay, because that's starting from the bottom for me. Okay, so long story short, that's from 2009. The current owners of the property bought this property in 2014. The same is going to be said for, I guess, the second violation that you're going to talk about, which is CIT CT 09030450. Also from 2009, all of the hard fines that we already paid were from 2010. So we actually did that because eventually this issue has to be cleared. The current owners told me they had no idea about this. This property was heavily distressed. I don't think it was submitted as evidence at this point, but I found actually an old listing on the MLS from 2009. This property was gated, abandoned, fenced off. You could buy a unit for $9,000 with 0 warranty, and you had to place it online because you couldn't gain access. So they bought this with the intention of fixing it up, and of course ran into massive overcosts. I think they've put in over 3 million, and 2 of the original partners bowed out. It got so expensive, they were out. But these guys carried on, and right now the property is fantastic. They put a tremendous amount of time, money, and effort into this and never gave up. And they're not trying to sell, by the way. We're not doing this because we're looking for a sale. We're doing this because this isn't going to go away. And previous managers, my understanding, tried to submit this, but never got this far. So here we are. So essentially just trying to come to an agreement so that we can get this to an affordable amount without having to, increase rents, because if it gets too bad, then we have to pass on the cost. If it's something they can afford, then they'll just pay it and then call it a day.
When did you acquire it?
2014.
Okay, so I've got one, the date of violation is from November 23, 2016 to February 16, 2017. So that's your people.
Right. So our people would be the one, CE 180905002. I have 2018, 2019 is when those were cleared out. That was for 19,900.
This one talks about a lien of last 4 numbers are 437 for the case number.
No, that's the wrong case.
1533.
We're on 480, so you're on, that's the next one.
I'm on the wrong case completely.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's not good.
These are the 5.
No, we're
This
good. All right. Sorry, I'm catching up here.
No, that's okay. It's me too. I mean, I don't even know what happened in 2009 and 2010 on these. Nobody does. There's no history. There's a lot of mystery.
So, sir, how did you close on the property if those liens were on the property?
That's a great question. I asked them why it never came up. They told me they didn't know because I wasn't around. I think I was still in graduating college around this time, slightly before. So I wasn't even here. So how they obtained it, I don't know. They're telling me they didn't know. But either way, it's still there. It precedes them.
It does.
By 5 years or more, all of them really. It's, let me see here. I think $8,868.42 in hard fines that we paid that had nothing to do with us. So already there's nearly 10 grand. And then the remaining, we've got 21,400 and 53,000 again in fines that had zero to do. And like I said, I mean, this property was all but abandoned. If I could show you the photos, I don't know what happened there, because it would be demolished by now if they hadn't gone in. And like I said, 3 million, I think, just to give a little recap on some of the things too, because they'll tie into the next violation, which was in our time. They've spent 149,000 just on windows because they're doing the high impact now. 345K on the plumbing. The roof, they've spent $135,634.32. The fence, which needed only to be repaired, they actually installed around there's basically a river that runs by it. And they put a fence there, which was not really required, but they did it as a safety measure. And we work with the sheriff's office too, just to have them patrol it, just to make sure, because the area around it is still a little tough. And the sheriff has told us that directly. And so again, we're just trying to provide a good community. And if you went there today, it looks great. I think we've done a really good job, and the interiors are fantastic, and we have not made rents unaffordable. I think the average rent there is about $1,500, and that's very low. We know we could push it if we had to, but we've just tried to make it so it works for everyone.
The Broward County property appraiser lists the market value at over 5 million for this parcel.
Yeah.
You're paying over 117,000 in taxes. So there's a lot of money in investment. First case is for a lien amount of 21,400, right?
Yes.
The city's offering reduce that to $6,420.
6420.
Yes, plus the city's costs of
Sure.
806.66.
Okay.
So whatever that total is, maybe.
72,2666.
72, 26, 66. So that would be the total.
The total for everything reduced?
For that one,
Just that one.
one file.
Okay, run that.
533.
Yep, so for 533, it's not 6420, it's 7,000.
Because I'm adding in the city's costs. I don't want.
Gotcha, sure. If you could just, sorry, one more time, because it's 7,000.
20.66, right?
722666.
There we go.
Okay, got it. 7,226, got it.
How much time do you need to pay that?
I think they can pay this within 30 days. I don't know what your requirements are, but we should be able, I told them to start to prepare for this.
Okay.
You need
So
60
basically-
days? I mean, it's typically 30 or 60.
I'll say 60, but I'll have them pay it within 30 if they can. That particular amount, we can definitely do. It's going to be the culmination of all the fees that I need to maybe get the 60.
Okay. All right, the next one is.
Next case is case number CIT 09030450, case address 480-510 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner Summer Lake Villas LLC, total lien amount $53,000, administrative cost $164.78. The city is requesting $15,900.
What am I missing? Part 3, part 1. Part 2. This one. Bear with me for a second.
Hey, no problem.
This is again an 09 case.
Yes.
We just did, right? Hold on. You better hold it.
Want to see the spreadsheet? Look at the spreadsheet.
Okay. All right, so yes, again, it's from 09, 53 days out of compliance. Lien amount of 53,000. City's proposing to accept 15,900 plus very minimal costs of 164.78. Which is substantially less than 25%.
Definitely. Hey, no, I'm not gonna dispute it. I mean, we'll make it work. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. So it's 15,900
Plus 164.78.
and I'll tell you what the amount is.
$16,064.78.
And you get 60 days for that if you want.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, the last case, case number CE 180090502-480-510 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner Summer Lake Villas LLC. Total lien amount $92,900. Administrative cost $1,287.25. City is requesting $5,970.
Okay, this is again a case that's from September of 2018, so it's under your people going.
It would have been under theirs, yes. I looked at the original lien application that never actually made it all the way. And their defense essentially was a miscommunication issue between the company and the management changes for the property. They worked with the inspector. That's basically all I've got. Again, that precedes me by many years. I don't know what was going on then, but again, if the city wants to propose 5,970 plus the minimal cost that I'm sure is associated with it, then we'll just accept.
1287.25 for a total of
$7,257.25.
Okay.
60 days.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 60 because it all starts to add up, especially the one for 16K. That one is a little bigger, but yeah, I'll tell them 60 days.
You don't know, that's, they had the property and it lasted for 219 days,
Yeah,
2/3 of a year before it got.
Yeah.
But it's addressed, that's the point.
yep.
This is it, past all of
That's it.
you're done, right?
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next case, page 3, case number CE 161111437, case address 637 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner MF 637 and 641 LLC. Total lien amount $258,000. Administrative cost $1,105.81. The city is requesting $25,800. And this is the one where they have 5 cases.
And these are separate? Fine.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let's get the respondent here. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you got 5 cases presented here for reduction, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the first one is from 2016.
Yes.
258 days out of compliance. $258,000 in liens. The city's willing to accept 10% of that, which is 25,800 plus the costs.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. So this case is for 258,000. What did you say?
It was the total amount of 258 days was $258,000.
Okay.
That's what's owed on this property now. The city is offering to accept 10% of that, which is 25,800 plus cost of about $1,000 to settle it.
Okay, when we purchased this property, we purchased it in December of 2020. So all these cases were already existing on the property by the time we purchased it, and all of the deadlines had already expired. I mean, we can't pay 25,800. Is there any way that we would be able to reduce that amount?
Ma'am, how did you close on the property with all of, by warranty deed with all of these liens on the property?
Because I accepted the property as is.
You paid $620,000 for it.
What is it?
You paid $620,000 for this property.
I did pay 620,000, and I also spent a year and a half rehabbing the property. The property was in heavy disrepair. It was very much abandoned by the previous owner. And it had tenants complaining about mold and plumbing and electrical issues. We've spent upwards of maybe close to $20,000 with just permitting and fees alone to the city of Fort Lauderdale. It took us a good year and a half to rehab it and bring everything into compliance. Our overall budget on this property, we've spent 200 and I'm just rounding up, but $285,000. Honestly, we just can't. We can't. We don't have the pockets to right now pay $25,800 on one case, and we still have more
I'm
cases.
gonna tell you, when you bought it, you knew or should have known that this was a deplorable property. Deplorable for the tenants, rats, mice, electrical stuff not working. It was awful. How was it today, by the way? It's very good shape now? Okay, so it is in good shape now, which is why you're here. You have 5 cases, but I'm not gonna do a giveaway here for this. You had the-
Right, no, I understand. I understand.
I will redo this substantially to the fine of 5,000 for this one case and 1105.81 for the cost, which is 61,105.81, right?
Yes.
That's well below what the city is requesting me to do.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
James? How many days do you need? We give you some time to pay it. You need like more than 30 days.
Yes, please. How much time? How does it work?
How much time do you need to pay, ma'am?
You're gonna have
Can I?
other fines.
Right. Can I get
60
like
days,
90
90
days?
days? Yeah.
90 days, okay. Okay.
Next case, case number CE 17061566, case address 637 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner MF 637 and 641 LLC. Total lien amount $23,300, administrative costs $1,898.46. The city is requesting $4,660.
The city is requesting what, I'm sorry?
$4,660 for the fines and $1,898.46 for the costs.
Could we lower? Could we work on that one as well?
I will give you some reduction on that, but I gotta tell you, this is out of compliance for 450 days. I know you're not telling me it's what you did, but what you bought.
Right.
So sometimes when you buy something, you're supposed to know what you got into. These were liens on the property, so they were there to look at. So I know you've offered. What was it? $2,300. I can bring this down to $3,000 for the fine. Now bring it down to $2,500 for the fine and $1,898.46 for the cost. Which is, again, much less than what the city wanted. All right, what's the total on that, lady?
$4,398.46.
We get 90 days for that.
Thank you.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 171207444, 637 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner MF 637 and 641 LLC. Total lien amount $154,100, administrative cost $1,847.94. The city is requesting $15,410. 1,800. Yeah, administrative costs.
This is.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, this was out of compliance for 1,711 days. Dumpster issues, building maintenance, parking, and landscaping. The city seeking 15,410. I am willing to bring that down, but I'm not gonna bring it down just for the cost. I'll bring it down to $7,000 plus 1847.94 for the city's costs. That's half of what the city is asking me to get for this work.
That is $8,847.94.
You have 90 days for that.
There's no way that we can lower the 7,000?
I'll take it to 5,000. Reluctantly, but I'm not gonna negotiate any further. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
So 5,000 plus 1847 is 6,847.94 within 90 days.
Next case, also page 4, case number CE 190200456. Case address 637 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner MF 637 and 641 LLC. Total lien amount $11,800, administrative cost $645.81. The city is requesting $3,540.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the case number? Is it the one ending in 0456?
Case number CE 190200456.
Okay.
City is requesting $3,540.
Okay. That's a lien for 11,800. I don't have my phone.
Number 5 is right there.
Here, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, this is for 296 days in 2019. And for overgrowth and trash, I am willing to reduce this to, which says that right there.
I guess the number of packets, not known, but this is 456, this is for permits.
So this is for permits for windows and doors, right?
Yeah.
Board up. Board up, okay.
From the previous one.
And this number is different. I got it. Okay, I had to find my paperwork. I've got it. Yes, it's for boarding up. This is for 384 days.
Right.
Fine is 11,800. City's offering accepted for 3,540 plus cost. I can reduce it for you because you would clean up the property, do $1,500 for the fine and $645.81 for costs.
Thank you.
That's good.
2,145.81.
Yeah, I'll be for 90 days.
In her last case, page 5, case number CE 190723118. Case address 637 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner MF 63 and 641 LLC. Total lien amount $7,800. Administrative cost $1,082.30. The city is requesting $2,340.
All right, this is for overgrowth and trash.
Yes,
Okay. This is from 2019,
it went on for over
almost a year. Yeah,
Over a year.
296 it was.
No, 384.
I'm on.
Oh, whoops. Nope.
231.
Almost a year.
Yes.
All right, so again, I will bring this down from what the city wants is 2,340. I will bring it down to 1,500 plus the city's costs of 1082.30, which is a total of, oh, I don't want that. What's the city want?
2,340
Including the cost?
No, plus cost.
Yeah, you got the cost as well.
plus the cost.
Yeah.
But you said
I said 1,500
plus the cost
plus the cost.
is more than what the city's requesting.
And you're
Yeah,
not seeking
it's
that.
25.
All right, so that total would be
$2,582.30.
With 90 days to pay.
Mhm.
All right,
Do I get like a printout or breakdown, an
yes,
invoice?
you'll get an order that explains all these, right?
Yeah. You'll get separate orders in the mail for all of them.
Okay, and it'll
and
tell
via
me how
email.
to pay it? Yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for
Thank
your
you.
cooperation, thanks for bringing the property up to where it belongs.
I'm sorry?
You did a nice job of bringing the property to where it belongs.
Yeah, it's a great property. It's a great property. It's
Good.
in a great location, and I've had a great experience here at the city of Fort Lauderdale.
That's good to hear. We hope that continues.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
You too.
Next case, also page 5, case number CE 15072020. Case address 1165 Northwest 55th Street, owner 1163 Holdings LLC. Total lien amount $116,600, administrative costs $823.15. The city is requesting $34,980.
What do you have here?
Can you please join as a panelist?
Which one is it?
Mark, can you please join as a panelist?
Okay, there we go.
Can you please unmute your mic? You're muted, sir. Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please
Okay.
raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, this property was out of compliance for 2,332 days, which is an extraordinarily long time to have these issues without permits being addressed. So the fines, the lien amount is $116,600. City is proposing it would accept $34,980 to settle this lien and costs of $823.15.
So this property, I bought in 2013. The open permit was in 2001. When we bought this out of bankruptcy from Bank United directly, this title, when the title search was done, because it was financed through City National Bank, no lien, no open title or open permit was ever there was no sign of it. We didn't know about this open permit till 2020 when I sold the business, and they came up in the lien search. So I was not even aware of it. The permit has since been voided. I'm sorry?
The violation was dated July 28, 2015, when you owned it.
And the violation was for an open permit from 2001, correct?
I don't think so, no, it's from 2015, right?
What was the
Well, the
what was the
building
violation for?
The building permit was 101050931, but the operative notice was from 2015. You're still responsible for that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but where were the notices going for from the city to the 1165, or were they going to another address? Because if I wasn't aware of it until 2020.
We're gonna take a look at the file now.
Maybe time to argue.
Construction of a storage.
Do you guys want to go, sir? Do you guys want to go downstairs and wait?
So the property was posted for the notice of violation on October 21st, 2015. There's an affidavit in the file reflecting same. The notice of violation, notice of hearing was sent to 1163 Holdings LLC, 5050 Northwest 12th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay,
As
that's not,
reflected-
that's, okay.
And that was the address as listed currently in the property appraiser at that time, which is what the city is required to do under Florida statutes 162. In addition, the notice of hearing, notice of violation was also sent to the registered agent, Mark Bruno, for the property 1163 Holdings LLC at the same address listed. So it was sent to 1165 Northwest 55th Street, and it was sent to 5050 Northwest 12th Avenue.
Got it. Understood. What can we do with the current fines that they're asking for?
Well, you don't want to pay $116,000. City's
No,
offering,
no.
I know, city's offering except $35,000, just cutting that about 25%. Well, again, just bear in mind, this is about a 7-year pending violation.
Right, and you're.
Can they do any better?
Just for the record, and so the property knows, there were no fines imposed for a period of 172
COVID.
days during COVID.
And during COVID,
Yeah.
we're gonna find. Yes, how's the property now? All right, I am gonna reduce it, I'll reduce it to 25,000. Rather than the 35 that the city seeking. And then the costs, which are modest, of 823.15.
Okay, thank you.
What's the total live for that, ladies?
25 plus 823.15.
Yeah.
It's 25, 823.15.
Okay, and how much time do you need to pay that, sir? We can give you some period of time.
30 days.
30 days is fine. Excellent.
30 days will be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, you too.
Next case, also page 5, case number BE 22040127. Case address 1324 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner John Jules De La Fates. This total lien amount was $22,500. Administrative cost $602.12. The city requesting $6,750. The appeal deadline was May 3rd, 2022, and no appeal was received.
Okay. So you're okay with it?
Yeah, this is a homestead. Sir, can you join as panelists so we can see and hear you? Who is it?
John Jules.
Where is he?
Hello, we here.
Hello,
Hello.
will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Whoever's
yes,
gonna
ma'am.
speak. Is the other
Okay.
guy-
Is the other gentleman with you gonna speak? Is he?
No, that's my son.
Okay. Do
Okay.
you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is for a sewer issue where the property sewer was exposed for 8 years. Which is a clearly extraordinarily long time, but the violation was only for 90 days. So that's not so bad. The lien is for 22,500. And the city is proposing to settle it for $6,750.
Yes, sir. Yes. Can he be low and down, please? Because I am retired person and I am sick. And then, so I don't work for 6 years.
Okay,
So,
let me do this. I did speak to the staff. The city is seeking almost 7,000. I will reduce it to 2,500. When the fine is 22,000.
yes,
And
sir.
cost of 451.89, which is a total
Awesome, 602.
602.
of, just what's the total?
Cost is 602.12.
I've got 45189.
Yes, so 212.
All right, so the total would be
3102.12.
3102.12, but you can pay it if you need more time to pay it.
Would
Yes,
6 months be help? Would 6 months be
yeah.
helpful to pay?
Yes, ma'am. 6 months be all right.
They do.
If you want to do it in payments, the city can arrange to accept it in payments, or you can pay it in full. But if you don't pay it on the end, it goes right back to the high fine. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure it's paid. Okay, so 3,100 would be like $500 a month, which is not horrible.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll send you an order. And the total again, ladies, was,
3,102.12.
did you hear her?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
And likewise,
you.
stay healthy.
Next case, page 6, case number CE 2203132. Case address 1733 Southwest 5th Place, owner Kip Matthew Desamore and Juan Lee Meyer. This case, total lien amount $7,400, administrative cost $407.48. The city is requesting $3,700. Appeal deadline, April 19th, 2022. No appeal received.
Hello.
Hello.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Are you Mr. Desmoro, or how you say this?
Yes, sir, DeSormo. The video switched off if I missed any information in there as you transferred me. So
No,
I didn't hear any summary of anything that there.
No, I'm doing that right now. It was, let's see. The fine was $7,400 total. That was for 38 days out of compliance. The city is willing to accept 1/2 of that fine, or $3,700. And $407.48 in its direct cost for working on the case. You can have time to pay that, but I'm not gonna reduce that for a vacation rental problem. It is worth over $418,000.
Well, it doesn't sound like I'm even being listened to if you've already decided before I've spoken.
No, go ahead, letting you know where I'm going.
Well, can you please explain that? I mean, we're here to discuss.
I'll explain it. It's a vacation rental, which you're allowed to do under state law and city ordinance, but you're allowed to do it strictly by applying and complying with the city code. And you didn't do that for 38 days.
Well, I apologize. First off, we just bought this property in 2021. We fixed it up and we put it online, and yes, we did it in the wrong order, but this is a unit on the side of my house. I'm just trying to make my mortgage payment. Like, it doesn't seem, and also it's the first offense of any kind for this. So I've worked hard at beautifying the property. I've been working with your team. We've spent thousands on resodding the front of the property, putting the safety features they require. Another $250 fine for leaving my trash out for on a Wednesday. It's a misunderstanding. When I bought the property, inside the first few months for the bulk trash day, and they charged me $250, which I have paid just to get in good standing with you guys. I'm just hoping that something more like the fee at 10% would be, I mean, I'm trying my best and I've worked with you guys to beautify the property. So, I mean, being that it's a first time offense and I've corrected everything, I'd really appreciate, plus, I mean, I'm just getting by here, man, to be honest. I cannot afford that. So I'm asking for, I mean, 10%. I mean, I put in the request for 400, but it sounds like you're not going to agree to that. But if I can get somewhere around 10% of the thing at $700, that seems somewhat reasonable. I mean, I'm just a citizen trying to pay my mortgage and do this as a side gig. And I'm really struggling to understand how the penalty is at $7,000 is anywhere near how I've hurt anyone or like yes, I didn't get the permit prior to starting, and that is my mistake. And believe me, I won't be doing it again. I don't know if I'm going to continue this at all after this really scenario. I've been on hold since 9 a.m., like listening to the pain that you guys go through. But understand, like I'm not in any place to pay $7,000 or $3,000 for a violation for a first-time offense for an Airbnb vacation rental on the side of my house. And I would really appreciate some help here.
I don't know how often you've rented it or for how much you rented it, but the property is worth, according to the property appraiser, and it's worth more than that, $418,000 for your property. So I will give you some relief. I will reduce it to $2,407.48, including the costs. You can have 6 months to pay it in installments if you wish. But when people violate the vacation rental law in this city, they have to pay for the violation. The fact that you missed out or made a mistake is irrelevant. It's the effect that it has on people as your neighbors. And that's why this is important, that I enforce what the code says to do. So that's well less than what even the city wants to accept as a 50% of the fine.
I don't understand why we can't. I mean, 1,500.
Look, I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to argue it. It's 2,000 plus $407.48. You don't like it, you don't have to like it. The lien remains as $7,400 if no one wants to do it. This is.
Well, I would like to say one more thing, if that's okay. I mean, you have to understand from my perspective that, I mean, as a citizen of Fort Lauderdale, a tax-paying good citizen, I mean, I've cleaned up this property. I don't understand how the penalty is relative to the pain. There's no suffering from a neighbor, no complaints from a neighbor. All I've done is greatly improved the property and its value by the work I've done on the property. I've worked with you guys. There's no sense in charging your citizen an irate amount for 30 days of running a vacation rental on the side of my house. The $2,500 for that, sir, does not commensurate to the pain caused by no one. No one has complained about me improving the property. The outside of the property looks phenomenal to where when I bought it. So I'm doing my part. I would just ask, $700, $1,000 is something I can work with. More than that really hurts me. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not trying to hurt you, but I'm giving you 6 months to pay it. It's about $600 a month while you're renting out your unit. You can use it, help defray the cost. But I'm not going to reduce it further for a vacation rental. It's got 38 days of not complying. The facts show that you were notified on April 4th of last year. You didn't do it by April 20th, which you're supposed to do. You didn't do it by May 4th, which you're supposed to do. You didn't do it by May 18th or June 11th. So I don't really have sympathy for somebody who had opportunity to fix this and yet did not do it. If you don't like
So I received a notice, and 38 days is some unsurmountable time of requiring. I'm listening since 9 a.m. people going years without response. I took a month to figure out what to do and how to handle this. Like, I don't think I'm some messed up citizen who's not paying attention.
You were given notice to take the ad down, but you chose not to do it. And you were told 5 times to do it, and you chose not to do it. Every case is unique. This is the offer. I don't expect you to like it, but no one likes what they have to pay on the paper fine. So if you want to leave it at $7,400, that's your choice. It will stay there until it's paid whenever you try to sell the house. If you want to reduce it now, this is the time to do it. But I'm not going to negotiate. You make it paid off at 6 months, at $600 a month. And I said, make it on the cases of.
Again, why not a year? Like, why hurt me more than I'm willing to pay it? Make it a year. Why push $600 a month to make me struggle?
I can't do it a year.
Our longest extension is 6 months.
I mean, you're renting the property out, right? You're using it for vacation rental now. So you're making money on it. We're not here to help you make money.
I live here, man. I'm not making money. It decreases my rent. It decreases my rent.
Hold on, don't talk over. We all live here. And part of our reason we live here is because the city works hard to take care of the properties by maintaining the codes, including vacation rentals. So you don't have to like that, but that's, if you were the one that had to live around there, it didn't have the neighbor complaint because they don't want to get caught or you get be upset by you, find out who that neighbor is. That's an issue. You had 38 days to fix it. You didn't do it. You were warned to do it. You didn't do it. So I'm just done discussing it. I've explained my reasoning, and that's the offer.
Right, so the minimum you're giving me is what number?
2407.48. $407 of that is for the city's cost. It's a lot
Okay,
less than.
I mean, I don't know what else I can do, but I mean, besides further court or complain, I mean, I've already, okay, I mean, yes, I don't think this is right, but okay.
Okay, well, that's what we're going to do because you're not the only one that we deal with that seeks reductions on vacation rentals. But that's, I looked at your file and that I think is fair and I've come down substantially from $1,700 less than what the city wants me to ask for. I'm not even doing that. So that's what I'm doing. It's over. We're done. I know you don't like it. I'm sorry, but you'll make it up on the rentals. Okay, that's the end.
So I get an email?
You'll get an order in the mail, a printed paper signed order.
Okay,
Okay? All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 6, case number CE 2012075, case address 2619 Marion Drive. Owner 2619 Marion Villa LLC, total lien amount $44,800. Administrative cost $498.95. The city is requesting $22,400. Oh. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, this is for a vacation rental that was out of compliance for 112 days. The lien is $44,800. The city is offering to accept one half of that, $22,400, and its costs of $498.95.
And Your Honor, this is
I'm sorry,
was a
what is your
repeat
name?
violation.
Your name?
Yes. My
Your
name is
name?
Tristan
Tristan what?
Cianciolo.
Okay, and what's your relationship to the LLC?
I'm just a representative for him. It's an elderly couple that owns this property. I don't know if you have the documentation of when I appeared before the magistrate during COVID, but the issue that arose is the owners of the property were actually using the property during COVID. They were here in town and they got stuck, so they couldn't leave because of COVID. Someone was advertising their property as a property on Verbo, and that's how it ended up getting flagged as being a vacation rental that was being advertised and rented without the renewal of the license. The owners of this property were not going to renew the vacation rental license when COVID hit because they got very nervous about renting it during COVID and all that good stuff. We did submit during the original hearing with the magistrate all of the information, but sadly during that hearing, the magistrate advised us that he couldn't do anything, that we would have to go for a lien reduction hearing because of the fact that it had already, I guess, been set the way it was set in the docket. I did submit the documentation for this hearing showing the Verbo taking action on the advertisement of their property that was not allowed. That someone was actually trying to rent out their, not their property, but whatever property they had by advertising their property. Subsequently, we did file for a vacation rental license because they did decide after they were able to get back home that they did want to have vacation rental with the property again. And we have had a vacation rental license with this property. It's been in compliance. So this was kind of like a misunderstanding. And what we're asking is if you could please abate this. They did everything that they were supposed to do, and they always have. They've always had a vacation rental license in the past, and we've always renewed it every year and done everything that they were supposed to do up until the COVID fiasco and someone literally taking all of their pictures, I guess, from when they used to advertise and use it to try to bait and switch people on Verbo.
So I see that the people paid $1,125,000 on this property. So they're
Yeah.
not poor people.
No. It's a property that they're hoping to leave to their family. They're an elderly couple and they might not make it anymore,
And they bought it as an investment.
They did. It's a second home for them. Yes.
Right. Seems to be a pretty nice home.
But they weren't using it as a vacation. Right.
This is also a problem of repeat advertising. There was a repeat violation on this property, which makes it worse for your client.
Yeah, it was, I think what ended up happening, sir, is that the initial, I guess, case was because it was being advertised. We didn't realize that it was being advertised by somebody. So we had to do research to find out with the city inspector to find out where are you seeing this being advertised, because we weren't, the owners of the property weren't advertising it. So we did work with the city inspector. They ended up supplying us a lot of information. And then we had to call these third-party companies and try to figure out where this property was being advertised. Because if you don't have if you're not advertising it yourself and you can prove that you're not advertising it, then someone else must be advertising it. And that's what we did. And that's how I found it. I helped them and I found it on Verbo for them to see where the city inspector was seeing it. And if you look at some of the documentation I had submitted even back when I appeared before the magistrate many years ago, it was showing that this is an advertisement of their property, but it's not their account. And Verbo had to take legal action to get it removed.
Okay, didn't they get noticed? This persisted for 5 months when the ad was up. How could they not know that? 5 months. They get noticed because whatever they gave for the property appraiser for the address, that's where they got noticed. So I believe doing something, you should have done that.
Yes, sir. I do understand that. I believe that this was all during COVID. And so they don't charge you for COVID days. If you look, okay, if from what my understanding is after speaking with the city inspector is that the initial fine was during COVID, or the initial report was during COVID. And forgive me, I wasn't privy to the whole process because I don't live at the property, but it was during COVID and they had no idea of any of this until they ended up, I guess something got posted on their door. And then that's when they realized what was going on. And that's when I got involved.
Well, they got posted with notice, and they got mail notice, right?
Right, and if they were living there, then they would have known right
Well,
away.
they don't live.
No, but
and
she
I'm
said they
sorry.
were living during COVID.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, sir, they did not receive anything in the mail. When they notified is when it got posted onto their door with tape. So they didn't get anything other than that. And that's when I got involved and went before the magistrate before. So if you look at the hearing that I was at before, the gentleman, the magistrate was very kind. And he said, I wish there was something I could do, but because the way the hearing was set up, he said, it's not really an evidential hearing with evidence. It's more like we either, say that, yes, you did this or no, you didn't. So they couldn't really hear the evidence at the time. And that's when he said, please, I guess go for the lien reduction hearing. That's when they would hear the evidence.
The mailing address that the people gave was 901 South Federal Highway, Suite 201 in Fort
Right.
Lauderdale.
And that
What's that?
was the attorney that actually handled their closing. And their office was obviously closed during COVID. So that's probably
Okay, well,
why they didn't get it.
this was in December 22nd, 2020. So nothing was closed in December
It wasn't
2020.
until March 17th of 2021 that COVID was closing things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once again, I'm not arguing with you guys. I'm just letting you know that the first correspondence that they had was when it got posted on their door with tape, and that's when they realized what was going on. I mean, they're a very elderly couple, so they're in their 90s. So I don't know, maybe they just didn't understand, but that's when I got involved, is when they realized, okay, something's going on. So
what's your relationship with them?
I'm a family friend of theirs. I've helped them with the property ever since they purchased it.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So it was
their
posted in
granddaughter's a very
December-
good friend of mine.
It was posted in December of 2020. So that was before COVID.
So when they found the posting on the door, they
No,
knew about it.
COVID started. Yeah,
March 17th,
yeah,
2020.
of 2020, correct?
2021. Was it?
No,
2020?
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
I'm losing my time here.
But everything.
That's
was back
okay.
open by December.
It was already back open, things that, but that time were reopened by December of 2020.
Yeah, I believe
Right.
COVID started in March of 2020, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
It was March, I knew that part.
Yeah,
All right,
so
good.
listen, I just know that, basically they were in fear. I mean, they literally stayed, they didn't move, they didn't travel because they were so fearful that if they did, they would succumb to COVID. So they were not, doing anything. They weren't going out. They weren't seeing anybody. I mean, they were literally locked down for many. I mean, they literally locked themselves down almost, I think, for a complete year before they would do anything. They were that fearful because they lost, the gentleman lost his brother to COVID, and it was just a big, scary event for them.
So, Your Honor, at least in terms of the file that I'm looking at, the lien reduction file, I do see acknowledgement from VRBO about something about appropriate action, but there's no original documentation from the property owner or the property owner's representative that actually affirmatively says, please take this down. This is an error. This is not my property.
Right.
There's nothing in the file that evidences that in fact is the case. Again, in what I'm looking at least.
Well, I'm willing to work with them somewhat better. I will give them a fine of rather than 22,400 that the city is seeking, which is 1/2 of what the lien. I will reduce that to $10,000 and 498.95 costs payable within 6 months.
Yeah,
They can
sir,
pay- Look,
I just.
Ma'am, this is a $1 million property. I'm not gonna give them any more breaks.
I
can't help
understand
it.
that,
I
sir.
can't help
It's-
it. They didn't know what they were doing, but they didn't know what they were doing. That's not my issue or the city.
I agree. I agree. It's an elderly couple, and this is all they have to leave to their family. So
They're leaving a property worth over $1.5 million. So I don't feel too badly for their kids. They can put me in the will if they want. But right now, it's 10,498.95, and they have 6 months to pay it. If it's not paid on time, it will go back to the 44,800. No one wants to happen.
right. No, I understand.
Okay.
Okay,
All
all right,
that's the
sir.
ruling. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next case, also page 6, case number BE 211200050, case address 2621 Northeast 13th Court. Owner GS Leeward LLC, total lien amount $5,200. Administrative cost $974.39. The city is requesting $1,560. That's the page.
That was really funny. I don't think he's been saying. I don't think she's here.
No,
He's coming in the next one.
there's no one here, Michael, right?
No, it's Daniela Soldad, which she's not
She's
there.
not there, okay.
So you can promote Michael, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll go to Michael, page
Yeah, this
7, yep.
What will happen to it? If it's denied,
If it's a no-show, then reschedule one time.
Yeah.
then the day denied. Okay, all right.
Next case, page 7, case number CE 2111017 case address 2828 East Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Sunrise FTL Ventures LLLP. Total lien amount $14,150. Administrative costs $809.92. The city is requesting $4,245. Good afternoon, Michael. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, Mr. Duncan, you were authorized to appear on behalf of the property owner, a limited property owner, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This has a lien for $14,150. The city is offering to accept $4,245, which is less than half, plus the cost of $809.92, hard costs of people going out there. What's your response to that? You had a derelict vehicle, parking facilities not maintained, exterior maintenance, dumpster enclosure for 405 days, more than a year. The neighborhood had to put up with this.
Well, sorry to interrupt, sir. This violation was for the parking, was for the paving on the parking garage, the parking lot. And I was in front of you on March 14th, when I asked for an extension to this, and because we will eventually develop the entire property. You said that you didn't want any further extensions, which I understood because it was outstanding, even though we did get a prior extension. But within 2 weeks after I was in front of you, we did correct this, work with Inspector Koloian to address it. It should be compliant. So I would ask if it's possible to reduce it a little bit further, because right now we are incurring carry costs, on a daily basis. So as much as you could help us would be greatly appreciated.
Your principal bought this for $7,200.
7 million.
7 million, excuse me. So I don't really feel too bad about their ability to pay for what happened here. And it being out of compliance for 405 days. 7 million is more than most people will make in their lifetime. So I don't see why I should reduce this any further.
Well, yeah, we are carrying there's a loan on the property. We're carrying the property until we can get to a point where we can develop the full property, which would be a great benefit for Fort Lauderdale in general. We've done everything we could to maintain the property, which I understand is our obligation. We're paying somebody to be there daily to clean. I've met with a neighbor that was previously complaining. We haven't gotten any complaints in months about any dirt. In other areas of the property where there was complaints about the dumpster being in the wrong location, we addressed that right away. We're doing everything we can to maintain the property so it looks good for the city. I ask if you could just give us a little bit more help, please.
What is located on this property? What is the use? What's the business?
So right now there is some retail, some of which is vacant. Some of it is small mom and pop shops that are operating. That's throughout the property. But where this specific violation is a vacant building, where it's just a parking lot, essentially around a vacant building.
Okay, all right, I will, with some reluctance, I will reduce the fine from $42.45 that the city is seeking to $3,000 and the cost of $809.92. And if they need time to pay that, arrangements can be made to do that up to 60 days.
So just so I understand, sir, I just want to confirm. So $3,000 plus $809.92.
Correct. So $809.92 within 60 days.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll accept that.
You're welcome.
Next case, also page 7, case number BE 210701337, case address 5661 Northeast 18th Avenue. Owner La Fontana Apartment Inc. Total lien amount $34,800. Administrative cost $774.59. The city is requesting $10,440.
Building safety case. Not a condo. Rental. All right, can swear this gentleman in?
Mr., can you please unmute your mic? Do you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
We can't hear you real well. You're freezing up.
I'm in a bad.
Yeah, you're in a bad spot.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay,
Can't see you.
We can't see you now.
We can't see you.
I'm here.
Oh, we have to be able to see you. We're supposed to be present at the hearing. No, but I mean by video.
Let me try this. Here we go. All right, I'm back.
Okay,
There you go.
you can hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay. You're not distinct, we'll figure it out. We sworn in, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your name
Angelo Petreccia.
and what's your relationship to this apartment house?
I own it.
Okay. This is for,
40-year.
the 40-year inspection.
Yes, sir.
That is extremely critical to every city and county in Florida, since all the people died in Surfside about 2 years ago. It was not complied for almost a year, 348 days. Then it was complied, which is a long time for the city to wait to see if the people in your building were living in a safe property. But that's what it is. So you had a lien of $100 a day, so $34,800 lien. The city is willing to accept $10,440 plus costs of $774.59. Your response to that.
4 buildings?
So this is for a 10-year recertification, not a 30-year. And
That's the same.
it's a 10-year recertification. The 30-year was done a couple of years ago, and then they had us to recertify a 10-year. I submitted all the paperwork for the structural portion of it. I believe it was done on time. Unfortunately, I was not aware that they also required an
electric. You're frozen, so I don't know if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes. But you didn't get the electrical done on time?
So the structural portion of it was done on time. The electrical was done shortly after. Unfortunately, I was not aware. I made a mistake. I submitted all the paperwork on time on the structural side of it, but not the electrical side of it. Once I was made aware, I did it right away after seeing the magistrate there sometime in September of 22, I believe it was. Within a few weeks, it was done. Again, the property is in great condition. There was nothing they found. So it's not something that was critical to any of my tenants or my neighbors.
Okay,
But again,
well,
I just want to be aware that this was not a 30-year, this was a 10-year recertification.
Okay, all right, understood. All right, well,
The same thing.
it amounts to the same thing for purposes of the Broward County law and the city ordinance that applies it. I am willing to reduce it to, the city is seeking 10,440. I will reduce that to 5,000 plus the cost of 774.59 if paid within 60 days. Again.
I appreciate that, but none of this was detrimental to anybody. How about we do 10% of the fine? You said the fine was 34,000. I have the fine here at 29,000.
It's 34,800 is the lien. That's the lien that's shown in the property records against your property.
Mine shows 29,300.
It's 34.
34,800, whatever you got is wrong. I don't know why. But anyhow, my offer is 5,774.59 is paid within 60 days.
Look, I could pay it in 30 days. It's not a problem, but let's make it 10%, 34,000, 3,400.
I'm not negotiating. I'm done talking. That's the order. That's what we.
Again, I appreciate that, but I've been here since 9 o'clock listening to you go back and forth for 30 minutes sometimes. I'm just trying to get what I want to say for 2 minutes here. That's all I'm trying to do over here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nothing that is pertaining to my case was detrimental to the city of Fort Lauderdale in any way. It wasn't an eyesore. There was nothing that the electrical inspector found that needed to be resolved because I keep my building clean as can be all the time. So it was a misunderstanding on my part that I thought it was only the structural portion of it. Unfortunately, I was incorrect into that. I apologize. But once I was made aware of it, I took care of it right away. Ultimately, you're giving me a fine that I'm just going to have to pass on to my tenants, to which I'd rather not do. And that's why I'm asking, can you just do it like you've done to some other ones? 10% of whatever the fine was. That's all I'm asking.
And you want to pay $3,800?
Yeah, yes.
What's the cost?
What's the cost? Yeah.
No. What's 10% of 348? $3,480, right? Plus the cost. 774.59 is what?
4,100, 700 and some bucks. That's good.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's 4 buildings, Your Honor.
It was a lot of.
Yeah. Just say.
Well, what does it matter how much property I own?
Because you should know better, sir, about what is required with 40 and 10-year inspections. And it shouldn't take 348 days to comply.
So the fact that you made an error, that happens, but you're gonna have to pay for the error, because what you're doing, you left it to the building official trying to chase this down for almost a year to make sure the people that were in there as your tenants were safe.
No, you didn't chase me down. I was in communication with everybody in your office, not you four, but everybody with the code official, the people in at the city. I was aware, they were aware, we were in complete communication. Nobody chases me down. And you're aware of the properties that I own, which is, it has no bearing on what we're discussing right now. Yeah, I have a lot of property, big deal. Every one of them is clean. Every one of them has their taxes paid on time.
Nelson, please call 4238. Nelson, 4238.
Oh, okay, again, if you had your say, I've had my say. That's my ruling.
I don't know your ruling. Say your ruling again, please.
It's 5,000 for the fines, 774.59 for the costs, for 5,774.59 total within 60 days, unless you need more time.
No, I don't need more time, but I do have one more thing to say.
Sure.
What someone owns in the city of Fort Lauderdale has nothing to do with the bearing of the property that we're discussing. It doesn't matter if I'm a poor man or a rich man. It has nothing to do with it. Absolutely zero.
Financial criteria is one of the, financial criteria, sir, is actually one of the delineated reasons for lien reduction in the ordinance.
Yeah.
But I have to explain to you that.
In any event, okay, I'll get your something in the mail, I assume, right?
Yes, you'll get an order in the mail.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay, be safe.
Thank you. Next case, page 8, case number CE 220801114, case address 6600 Northeast 20th Way. Owner Ignore Kushner, Total lien amount $4,800. Administrative cost $545.48. The city is requesting $2,400. Appeal deadline was August 19th, 2022, and no appeal received.
Yes, good afternoon. Good
We need to
afternoon,
see-
can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't
can't
see
see
you.
you.
We need to see you.
Can you see me now? It's loading my
Yeah.
video. Everything on my end works really well. I could see all of you. My video is fine. Start video. It's not starting my video. I apologize. I'm not sure if it's on my end. No. Can we proceed just by
No, we
speaking?
have to be able to see you.
Can you press start video at the bottom left side of your screen?
I am. I keep pressing start video and it's not populating. Start my video. I could. I mean, I'm actually logging in from my office, so I don't have a problem with Zoom.
All right, you're gonna have to use your cell phone. They're gonna tell you what to do.
Okay, not a problem. Should I just call back in?
Yep.
Yes.
Please.
Okay.
that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jerry, can we find out what that last person is here for? Or did they leave? Oh, that was her.
This is ridiculous. How do I log back in?
Mariano,
Hi, how are you?
can you tell us what case you're here for?
Yes, I'm here for B211200050. I didn't know how to reach out to you guys.
Oh, so we want to,
We have to make sure that we can hear. him.
Yeah, I've been here. I don't know why.
Vivian is leaving now.
Are you the property owner?
No, I'm the property manager.
We're gonna get to you in a minute. We've already got some of the others.
She's gonna call back in.
All right, what do you want, which one we're going to?
Yeah, we're gonna do.
Hold on one second. You weren't authorized to speak on behalf of the property owner. Do you have a power of attorney?
Yes.
Did you submit it to the portal?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you in between because he was loading as a panelist.
Did you submit it when you signed up?
The person, Daniela, was the one that submitted everything. Unfortunately, she's no longer working with us, but I have it with me I don't know if it was submitted or not, but I have it with me.
Because the power of attorney that Daniela submitted was for herself. So I don't have your name anywhere on it.
Okay,
So I would need a power of attorney from the owner authorizing you to speak on behalf of the property.
You have
I have it. I have it with me if you want me to submit that. I don't know, if you send me an email, I
If
can
you
forward it to you.
just- Yeah, just forward it over to Victoria. I don't know if you have my contact information.
So, Victoria?
Yes, it's actually just send it to nblue@fortlauderdale.gov.
Yeah, and I'll get it now.
Okay, I'm sending it right now.
2621.
2621, right?
Yeah, it's 6 at the bottom.
Where'd it go?
I knew it, she wasn't.
And she was sending everything.
She wasn't
in her name.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Could you, sorry, because I was looking for the email. Could you repeat the email?
It's nblue, BLUE @fortlauderdale.gov. Spelled out.
And the first initial is N as in Nadine.
Yes. I just sent it. Let me know if you guys received it.
Did you spell out Fort Lauderdale?
I think I did it correctly.
Tell me what you have in the email address.
N as in Nancy, Blue, B as in boy, L as in Larry, UE at FORTLAUDEREALE.gov.
Okay, well, we're looking for it now.
You should be coming from Mariana Leo at CS Hospitality Group.
Okay, got it.
The other, she needs to get the link on her phone. She called in.
She called in.
Keep her on hold.
She's on hold, but she needs to use the link, not call in.
Okay,
Because the call in doesn't give you the camera.
is that okay?
It's not going.
Who's the owner? Mr. Leo?
Yes.
Jack Avid.
Steven.
It's the managers of the LLC are Jack Avid and Stephen Ovid.
Even Ovid is the only manager of the LLC. He's the only one allowed to authorize you, not Jack.
Okay.
Are they able to come onto the hearing?
I can bring Daniela in since
No.
she gave you the other power of attorney.
She's authorized to speak on behalf
She
of
can
him.
speak.
so
You
yeah.
won't be able to, but Daniela will be able to speak.
Okay. Okay. I know that you guys have the other person coming in. I'll give her a call right now. So,
Okay.
Put park in for now.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he can't speak.
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
He
let's
has
go
no
back.
authorization.
Good.
Yeah, Stephen Oven is the sole owner. on it.
Sole manager, yeah.
And what about this lady?
So what are we doing with the lady that called
The
in?
lady she's calling in, she's not using the right link. Are we able to tell her that, Jerry? Or do we have to call her? Let me get the last two.
So press *6.
Ma'am, can you please press *6 to unmute your phone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but we still cannot see
Okay,
you.
thank you. I am working on it. I never had an issue. I've been experiencing issues with the link since early this morning. I mean, I'm trying. I know I don't have problems because I've done meetings yesterday and day before.
This is a woman we have done.
I'm starting the video. It's not allowing me. Would the moderator resend me another link?
You know, a FaceTime way of doing this?
Start my video.
What?
It's
I mean, it's gotta be recorded.
Yeah, can't record it.
I mean, you can record on your phone, but.
I know,
Only
but
want her
they have to be
picture.
They have,
recorded
it's
through
gotta,
here,
yeah, recorded.
because it's public. No. Oh.
And that's the last hearing.
all right, sorry, then just to let you know, Daniela is joining in 30 seconds. I just sent her the link. Sorry about that.
okay. There you
There we
go.
go.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Now which one is this?
Hi. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Let me hang up on the cell phone and I'll just use the audio.
Yeah,
No, just stay,
Stay there.
Stay how you are.
Oh.
We lost your video, audio.
leave your phone.
Call.
Leave your picture.
Call. She is.
She's trying. Give her A for effort.
Okay, but we can't
Try
hear you.
talking now.
We can't hear you.
I think she started. Sorry to call back.
Call back in.
We can't hear you still.
Just call on your phone and we'll do the thing.
Yep. Yep. Oh, my goodness.
Technology of table.
Do you want to read it? Or
Which
you
one
don't
is
have
it?
to
Is it
read
this
in
one?
again.
No.
This was
It was the last one.
She's the
Yeah,
last
just
one,
read
yeah,
it.
other than the other guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other lady.
Who's that? No,
That's that yellow.
Now you're cross.
Oh, that's a building, please.
Press this. What is you have to?
Star six.
Star six.
Star.
Star six to mute your phone. Press star six.
There we go.
Hello?
There you go. There you go.
Oh, wow, that was nerve wracking. I apologize for that, but I've never experienced these types of technical difficulties. Thank you so much for your patience.
No problem. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
6,600.
It's the very,
The
very
last
last
one.
piece.
You
Yeah. It's a vacation rental.
Okay, okay. All right,
Operating without a short-term rental license.
okay. So you had 24 days out of compliance. Fine, the lien is $4,800. The city's offering to accept $2,400, one half of the fine, plus the cost of $545.48.
I'm sorry, sir, you said 2,400?
2,400 for the fine and 545.48 for the cost. For a total of 2945.48.
49.48. Just a quick comment, if that counts at all. We try to apply during the renewal, and this was in September, and getting, obviously, getting in front of the line when the entire city is trying to renew or apply was kind of difficult, and that was partially the delay for us to comply timely. And if that counts, we'd really appreciate it. I mean, the company operates in a city. All of our properties are licensed. We do not intend to operate without a license, and the property manager is a super host. So we try to abide by all the rules.
The city is very strict about thorough compliance with its vacation rental ordinance. So the citation for the violation. All right, hold on. It was issued August 4. Because it was being advertised without being permitted. August 25, the listing remained. And it remained until September 7th. So September 13th, the ad was finally removed. So that's a long time to get the message. That's why the fine is being reduced to one half of what it would ordinarily be.
And there's no way we could reduce it lower?
No. Plus this cost of $545.48.
Okay, so the total cost is $29.40.
5.48. We'll give you 90 days to pay it if you need it.
90 days. Okay,
All right?
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience and trying to speak with us here. All right, let's go back.
Thank you. Let's go back to Daniela. Oh, that one. Page. Okay, I'm gonna read it in.
2621.
Got it.
So they're not there.
Page 6, they're not there?
That's what the Daniela and the guy, right?
1 second.
Okay, he's bringing it back. Case number BE 211200050, case address 2621 Northeast 13th Court. Owner GS Leeward LLC, total lien amount $5,200. Admin cost $974.39. The city is requesting $1,560.
Order.
Ma'am, could you please join as a panelist? Can you hear us? We can't hear you though. We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please raise your
Uh,
right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us your name and your relationship to the owner and the property?
My name is Daniela Leo, and I'm the property manager.
You don't work there anymore, but you still have the authority to speak with him, right?
Yes, sir. I was the property manager at that time.
Okay, so there's a lien for $5,200. City is offering to accept $1,560 for the fine. And there are costs of $974.39. So that would be what it would take to settle the lien.
How much is the total? I'm sorry?
2,534.39.
Okay. I will ask if there is any way to reduce it a little bit more. I don't know if Leo Martinez is in the hearing. He knows that we've been working really hard. All this was done by the previous owner. We should inherit the violation, so.
Okay, I'm looking at a property that was purchased for $1,450,000. I think they can afford to pay this rate as reduced. That's my offer.
Okay. Take it.
All right, so what's the total?
2,534.39.
Is 30 days okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're gonna order in the mail, or he will, all right?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cool.
You're about lower than Florida man.
Oh,
We will entertain.
that was the same lady, right?
Doris to Robin's office. Doris to Robin's office.
This concludes our lien reduction hearing for July 11th, 2023.
What time did we start that? I'll do my bill.
It was about 12:45.
12:45 to what is it now?
220.